the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Matheson, you're reminded again that you're still under oath, and Mr. Goldberg, you may conclude your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Matheson, does the serology results board that we've been discussing contain the results on every single item that you tested, or just some of them?
Just some of them.
For instance, did you test a item 115 through 117?
Yes, I did.
And did you get any test results? Did you get any results on that, or was that an inconclusive from your analyzed evidence report?
Okay, referring to my analyzed evidence report, for item number 115, 116, and 117, I got no activity for all three items in the PGM subtype system, and inconclusive for all three items in the EAP system.
Okay, and those, to your information, were stains on the rear gate at the Bundy location? Or don't
Yes.
you know? All right. Now, in a stain that was, if we assume for the sake of your testimony that 116, 115, and 117, you can sort of see them on the left side of the Bundy board, were in fact located at the Bundy location but not collected until July the 3rd. Would you expect there to be more degradation on the conventional markers of the kind that you typed than on other stains that were collected on the 13th of June?
Sustained.
Sir, do environmental conditions cause some degradation on dry stains as well as wet stains?
Yes, the best way to store it is frozen and dry.
Okay. And would you expect there to be some degradation on the conventional markers in those stains between July the 13th and, June the 13th and July the 3rd?
If they were not stored frozen, yes.
Now, with respect to 117, when you tested that item, did you notice anything about the way that the swatches were contained inside the bindle?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That when I first opened it up, it appeared like there was just one swatch present in the bindle, but upon closer examination and peeling them apart, there was actually, I believe, three.
Now, you testified earlier about an inventory that you did in June, I think it was June the 29th of last year, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have 17, 15, 16, and 115, 116, and 117 for that interview, for that examination?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, we've also asked you some questions about the reference vial, item number 17. Over the noon hour, did you fill up some reference vials with a colored liquid, some Vacutainer reference vials?
Yes, I did.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark as people's next in order. It's
221.
Maybe I can do it as A and B.
Right.
221A appears to be the more full of the two vials.
All right, will you show these to Mr. Blazier?
Yes. So I've marked the less full of the two vials as 221B. Mr. Matheson, showing you 221A and B. Are these the vials that you filled with water at the noon hour?
Yes, they are.
Is there some kind of food coloring? Is this a biological sample in here?
No, it is not.
Is there food coloring or something in there just to make it easier to see?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show you these two vials. And can you tell us, starting with 221A, what you did in order to create that demonstration exhibit?
Objection to the foundation as to whether you did the same size as Good evening, Dwayne. I'm glad that you are with us as we watch the OJ trial, and hope that you've been having a good day today. Shout out to you and Sharon. I have. I've been doing all right myself with today and watching this trial. I've been looking up some mystery cases from a while back. That's what I was doing this morning. And I am glad to watch this trial and learn about it. Now we'll continue.
Sustain.
Sir, these are Vacutainer vials, is that correct?
That's the brand name of them, yes.
And are those approximately the same size as the monoject vials that are also used, purple top vials?
They appear to be, yes.
Okay.
Briefly, yes, I agree.
Let me just show you Defense 1124 for identification. Can you just take a look and compare the monojet with the Vacutainer?
I was just doing a visual comparison of the Monojet brand to the Vacutainer brand. The Monojet appears to be maybe a 1/16 of an inch shorter, and the diameter appears to be roughly the same.
Maybe you can just rest them on stand them up on the counter just so we can see the height comparison.
Placing them side by side on the counter, so the glass is on the bottom, the Monojet stopper is partially extended. It isn't all the way seated, but it appears that they're very similar in height and circumference.
Sir, and when you looked at the vial, were you actually looking to see whether it was a Vacutainer as opposed to a mon?
Good evening, Mermaid. And I hope you've been having a good day, Mermaid. Very good premiere last night. I enjoyed seeing those otherworldly pool rooms. I could watch that forever. Like, to me, I could watch that all the time. Oh, you just watched a nutty game. Okay, tell me about the game you saw. I'm curious about it. You always have good game ideas. Another game that I like to play on my phone, which is a computer game, also is Minecraft. And another game I've been played in a very long time was Fortnite. Those are two that I liked playing that are quite popular. Yeah, and in this trial right here, they're looking at the vials of DNA, and they just discovered that it has like food coloring in it to make it easier to see. It's seeing how they did this stuff at this time was quite fascinating. This is now everything's all different. Yeah.
Monojet, or are all these purple top vials, as far as you're concerned, the same?
Talking about when I looked at it on the 29th?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at the brand name. Just the fact there was a purple cap vial of about this size.
So on the 29th, did you make certain assumptions with respect to how large purple top vial is?
Yes.
What was your assumption?
That it was a 10 milliliter tube, and that is that full it would hold 10 milliliters of liquid.
What was the assumption based on?
I'm not sure. It's just an assumption I've held for many years.
Okay, have you ever tried to test it by filling up a Vacutainer or a Monojet to see exactly how much it holds?
No.
Has that ever been a pertinent issue in any of your past casework?
No, it is not.
Now, with respect to the Vacutainer tubes that you filled up, can you tell us what you did?
Okay, in both instances, I took the caps off of them. I was supplied with from the laboratory a pipetter like I described earlier. This particular one can deliver exactly 1 milliliter of fluid. So I set it to 1 milliliter, and in the one that was marked 221A, I delivered 3.8 milliliters of fluid, 3 thousandths. Or
Can you hold that up so the jurors can see the amount of fluid in there?
basically delivering, 3 1 milliliter portions and then 1.8 milliliter portion. In the other one, which is marked as 221B, I delivered two 1 milliliter portions, or a total of 2 milliliters.
Well, how do you know that the portions of water that you used in order to fill these vials were accurately measured?
I was using a pipetter that is calibrated to those amounts.
Are the dispo pipetters or disposable pipetters calibrated?
The glass ones that I was describing
Yeah.
earlier? No, they are not.
Okay, and those were the ones that you use when you're actually doing your testing?
Yes.
Now, can you hold up those two vials next to each other so the jurors can get a sense of the difference between the two? Mr. Matheson, as to the vial that's 221B for identification, I'm sorry, A, the larger of the two vials, can you, let me ask another question first. On June the 29th, did you have an assumption as to where the 5 milliliter point would be on this type of purple-topped vial?
Yes, I did.
What was your assumption?
That if this is a 10 milliliter tube, the 5 milliliter point would be at about the halfway point on the tube.
Can you write in the, maybe you can just make a mark in the area that you would have assumed to be a 5 milliliter point.
Well,
And
just doing an approximation, going from the top of the tube to about the halfway point, I would see it as right about where I've drawn that line.
so you've just drawn a line across the tube.
Is that on the glass or on the label?
I drew it on the label.
All right.
And Mr. Matheson,
Matheson is wearing no gloves, and he's holding it like it's a pen, but if he drops that and it breaks everywhere, it wouldn't be too good. That didn't happen, I don't think, but they really handled things differently, even in presenting evidence in a trial. Wow. I'm scared.
and, based upon that assumption, if you were to assume it was correct, how much would you estimate is in that vial?
Looking at it right now, based on that, I'd say about 2.5 milliliters.
And in fact, it has how much?
3.8.
So your assumption based upon the halfway point is 1.3 milliliters off?
Yes.
And why is it that you've never done any experiments like this before?
It's just never been an issue. I've never needed to worry exactly how much blood was in a tube.
Why don't you need to worry about that?
Haven't we covered this line already?
Okay, perhaps we could pass the tubes around though so that the jurors could get a better look. As to the midway point, Based upon the assumption in 221A as to the midway point, would you say that you could be off by at least 1.3 milliliters in estimating these tubes?
I thought we asked that question.
Well, I think I asked it a little bit differently, and it might have been ambiguous.
No, we've asked it already.
Okay. Now, Mr. Matheson, as a result of this little experiment that you did, have you come to any conclusions regarding the accuracy of trying to guesstimate what's in one of these non-graduated purple top tubes?
Objection for guesstimate.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Well, for you, when you looked at one of these purple top tubes on the 29th, would you describe what you were doing as being an estimate or a guesstimate?
Well, it was definitely a very rough estimate.
Okay, and have you come to any conclusions with respect to how accurate your estimate was?
Yes,
What?
that it was not very accurate at all.
Okay. Now, I'd like to mark, we've already marked as People's 210 for identification and exhibit. Perhaps we could put that up. I'm going to come back to these serology results, so I don't know whether it's possible to put it over there. He's getting that chart, Mr. Matheson. I wanted to ask you about some testimony, though, from the preliminary hearing on page 39, line 25, through page 40, line 3.
2 seconds.
It's page 39 through 40. Did you have that? Bob?
Okay.
Page 39, line 25 through 40, line 3. Mr. Matheson, do you recall giving the following answers to the following questions at the preliminary hearing? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to back up to line 22 for the question. Question, with respect to the sample of item number 17, the blood vial of O.J. Simpson, did you similarly inventory how much of that sample you consumed? Answer, the proportion that would be consumed would have been O, a stain of well, consisting of significantly less than 1 drop out of the vial, which when I received it had about 2 milliliters of blood in it. So it would have been an insignificant quantity to the amount that was present. Question, thank you. Do you recall giving that answer to that question, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what did you mean by the portion that you consumed would have been significantly less than 1 drop out of the vial, and describing it as an insignificant quantity?
At that point, I've been referring strictly to the electrophoretic work. The gels, that type of thing, uses a very small amount of blood, and either forgetting about or not including the ABO typing.
Okay. Were you referring to any materials that were clinging to the sides of the pipettes or the microcentrifuge tubes, or were you even thinking about that at the time?
It didn't even dawn on me. I was just talking about the actual amount of sample that was used during testing.
And where did the figure of the 2 milliliters, had about 2 milliliters, come from?
That's consistent with the estimate that I made on that inventory.
Okay. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to People's 210 for identification. What is represented on this board? Let's start with the outside packaging. What does that represent?
That is a white analyzed evidence envelope that's used to store evidence items for freezer storage. And these are marked to contain items 334 through 336.
Now, what is the package marked item 47, 50, and 78? What are those?
What is shown in those pictures are a coin envelope or a manila coin envelope that's used to hold an evidence item, along with the bindle, a little white paper bindle that the actual swatch or evidence item is placed inside of.
And are all these items that are item numbers bearing the DR number in our case?
Yes, they are.
Now, with respect to the item numbers 47, 50, and 78, did you cause those to be released to someone from the Scientific Investigations Division?
Well, they were released in conjunction with a court order. I happened to be present when they were released.
And when was that?
I'd have to refer to some notes. Just a moment.
Wasn't that in October?
Can we stipulate to the date?
It was October 26th,
Does that sound right?
or 27th.
All right, October 26th. Let's move along.
That was the date of the court order. And you would have released them after the court order in October?
Well, I didn't release them. They were released by our evidence control unit, but I was present when they were signed
All right.
out.
And who were they signed out to?
Mr. Regal?
Is that the same Mr. Regal that you referred to earlier as a defense expert?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did those come back into the possession of the Scientific Investigations Division?
Yes, they did.
And can you give us the date on that?
That was on March 10th, 1995.
Okay, thank you. Getting back to the testing that you did on the remaining of the items that we haven't discussed, on this ESD enzyme, the three individuals here have type 1, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And why did you use that for the purposes of testing item 49, since everyone has the same ESD type?
One of the electrophoretic systems that was used for that item is something that goes by the name of Group 1. It's a group of 3 different enzymes, the ESD, PGM, and GLO enzymes. They were all done in conjunction, and all 3 of them potentially were available to provide information.
And we've already asked you about the results on 13A in terms of the PGM subtype, and the EAP result on that was a BA.
That's correct.
And are both of those types consistent with Nicole Brown?
She has the same types, that's correct.
And what date did you do this test on 13A?
Referring back to my notes. The testing on item 13A, the SOC, was on September 20th, 1994.
Now, in order to calculate the frequency on that item, what did you do?
I would determine what the frequency of occurrence of 1+ is in the general population, and what the frequency of occurrence or percentage of a BA in the general population, and multiply those 2 numbers together.
And is that how you arrived at the 16%?
Approximately 16%, correct.
And did you do any further testing on this in terms of genetic markers after then?
No, I did not.
And why?
Well, the conventional work at this point was being done strictly to screen certain stains to determine whether or not it would be appropriate to send them out for further DNA analysis.
And when you're saying at this point, are you talking about September of last year?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with respect to item number 37, the glove, it has A through D. What does A through D signify?
On items, not swatches, but items that have some size, for example, a glove where there may be different bloody areas on it, we'd analyze the different areas that were present. And in this case, I chose 4 different areas on the glove and designated them as A through D.
And what technique did you use? Did you use cloth swatch technique or some other?
Well, in this case, I'm running directly from the glove onto the electrophoresis gel, so I would have taken a thread. I described earlier, we showed how you take a thread and put it into the gel. I would have taken a thread and removed the sample directly from the glove.
Can you tell us which glove A through D, 37A through D, are they all in the same glove or are they on different gloves?
Referring again to my notes. Okay, I chose 2 samples from the left glove and 2 samples from the right glove. Excuse me. I took 2 samples from the front and 2 samples from the back.
Okay, of one glove?
Yes.
And what were the results on the test that you performed on item 37, the glove?
That I determined the PGM subtype in all 4 areas tested to be a 2+, 1+, and the EAP to be inconclusive.
And what is a 2+, who is a 2+, 1+ consistent with?
Of the 3 people that are mentioned here, it's consistent with Mr. Goldman or anybody else who's a 2+, 1+.
And did you also calculate a frequency for that item?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I determined off of our experience within our laboratory with the PGM subtypes, about 20% of the general population has that type.
Okay. And now directing your attention to item 44. Let's just see where that came from, if it's on the Bun B board. We can move that over a little bit. Did you do some testing on item 44?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the photograph signifying 44 in the upper right-hand corner, one photograph to the left of 45?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Fairtlow. You could put that back up. I just wanted to. Sorry. And what were the results on item 44, your testing on that item?
I found the PGM subtype to be a 2+, 1+, and the EAP gave no activity.
Did you calculate a frequency?
Yes, I did.
What did you calculate?
That a 2+, 1+ exists in about 20% of the population.
And now let's skip over to item 78B. Did you do some testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
And at this time, I'd like to mark as people's next in order. It's 222. A laboratory note that's L381.
All right, 222. All right, thank you, councils.
Mr. Matheson, I'm going to show you this laboratory note and have you describe for us whether you recognize that document and what it is.
Yes, I do. That is a copy of a serology item description notes that describes where items were taken off of item number 78, the boots.
And what items did you take off of the boots?
Well, I tested 6 different areas on the boots themselves. They were labeled 78A through 78E.
And does this chart show the relative locations of A through E?
Yes, it does.
Did you take swatches off of both boots?
Yes.
So A came off which boot?
78A is from the sole heel area of the right boot.
And where did 78B come from?
78B is from the outer edge of the sole of the right boot.
Is that the same right boot? I mean,
Yes.
as the other one?
As
Same
70
item number?
As 78A, yes.
And now I'd like to show you some photographs that we previously marked. Your Honor, I don't know whether, yeah. I think they're People's 98. Does this appear to be consistent with, or does this appear to be the boot that you took some of the items off, the left one? Or the right one, rather?
I was going to say that looks like the right
Yeah.
boot, yes.
Okay, can you tell us, using this photograph and your diagram, where you took 78A off of?
Yes. 78A would have been collected from the lower heel area down in here, pointing to the lower left-hand bottom of the...
Maybe we can mark that. Is the arrow in the right position?
Mr. Matheson, why don't you look at your monitor here?
I could probably stand to go up a little bit and then towards the right a little bit, right in that general area right there.
Can we mark that? Can we write a 78A, or is that too? Sorry, yeah. So that was 78A.
Correct.
Can we print that? Can you see where 78B came from on this?
Not directly, no.
Can you give us the general vicinity of it using this photograph?
It would be, if you take the arrow up a little bit, down a little bit and then to the right. No, go back to the edge. The sample is actually on the edge of the sole. You couldn't see it directly from the bottom. And in that general area, as is being pointed to right now.
Maybe we can mark that and label that 78A.
78A?
I'm sorry, B. Yes, B. The printout is 223 for identification.
All right, People's 223 printout of this photo regarding the boot.
Now, Mr. Matheson, continuing with the testing on 78A, excuse me, 78B, the shoe. Did you have any results on that testing?
Yes, on 78B.
What was the result?
That in the PGM subtype system, I found a 2+, 1+, and in EAP, there was no activity.
What does no activity mean?
It means that in that lane on the gel, there was nothing visible, no reaction.
And you also calculated a result on that,
A frequency, correct.
which was?
The same as the other 2+, 1+, occurs in about 20% of the population.
Okay. Now I'd like to direct your attention finally to stain 49. Now, on this particular stain, you didn't test this in September, but in June,
That's correct.
and that was when in June?
The testing was done on June 27th and 28th, 1994.
And I'd just like you to look quickly at the Bundy drive board to see where stain 49 came from. In the left-hand corner, card number 114. Did you test the stain 49 that bear the DR number in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, at that time, did it have the item number on it and the photo number 114, or don't you know?
Referring to my notes, I believe it did. As referenced by my notes, that the item number 49 did have photo ID number 114 on it.
All right. Now, with respect to this particular stain, did you do ABO typing on
Yes.
that stain?
Yes, I did.
And what result did you get off the ABO typing on stain 49?
That the results were indicative of a type A.
And what does the term indicative mean?
When you're doing ABO typing, there's two different factors that can indicate what type or what your result is. One of them is the antigen and one is the antibody. Normally, we like to run both tests so that one can confirm the other. If you only run one or if you only get conclusive results in one, we call it indicative of. In this particular case, I chose to limit the amount of sample I used, only analyzed for what's called the ABO antigen, and thus got an indication of a type A.
Why do you want to limit the amount of sample that you used on item 49?
Well, again, because there are additional tests that could be performed, in particular DNA testing, which potentially could provide much greater discrimination than ABO testing.
Now, are there any individuals of the three people that we have reference samples for that are consistent with the type A?
Yes,
Who's that?
both Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown.
Is there anyone that can be eliminated as a donor of the stain based upon your testing of the ABO type?
Yes,
Who's that?
Mr. Goldman.
Now, his type is what?
The results I got is it's indicative of a type O.
And why is it indicative of O for the same reason that you described indicative of A?
Well, similar reasons. One of the two tests provided a conclusive result. The other gave an inconclusive result.
All right. Now, with respect to the ESD marker, what was the result on that on item 49?
Got an indication of a result of a type 1 in the ESD system.
And that's consistent with everyone,
Yes,
at least our three individuals here.
that's correct. In relation to the population we're talking about here, the three people.
Did you also do a PGM subtype?
Yes, I did.
And based upon the PGM subtype, were you able to exclude anyone from our population of three individuals based on those results?
Yes, I was.
Who?
Based solely on the PGM subtype, I was able to eliminate Mr. Goldman as contributing that blood, or Ms. Brown as contributing that blood.
And finally, on the EAP system, did you receive a result? Did you get a result on EAP for item number 49?
I did not test it for that.
And why wasn't EAP tested on this item?
Well, we did not run a system at that time that included the EAP. And we chose to do the PGM subtype solely by itself.
So if you had wanted to test EAP on this drop 49, would you had to use more sample and made a separate run?
At this point, yes.
And why not do that?
The same thing, we don't want to consume any more sample.
All right. Now, with respect to the other EAP tests, did you testify that you didn't actually have to use additional sample in order to get those results?
That's correct.
Now, based upon the testing that you did on item number 49, could that drop have been donated by Nicole Brown
No, it could not.
or by Ronald Goldman?
No, it could not.
Could have it been donated by Orenthal Simpson?
It could have.
Now, did you do a calculation of frequency on this blood drop?
Yes, I did.
And can you break it down for us, starting with the ABO, what the frequency is of that item?
I'd have, on each individual marker,
Can you do that?
I can. I'd have to refer to another chart that I made.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, that has it combined. I have a chart that breaks down the population frequencies as determined within our laboratory on samples that we have run on just the markers that we are interested in on the items in this case.
And with respect to the ABO type, what frequency did you apply to the ABO type on 49?
Type A in the ABO system exists in about approximately 33.7% of the general population.
So it's just a little over a third.
Approximately, yes.
Now, with respect to the ESD, the esterase D result, did you use any figure assigned to that number for the purposes of arriving at your final conclusion?
Yes, I did.
And what was the percentage there?
That the ESD1 exists in about 79.6% of the population.
What about PGM subtype? Did you come up with a figure for the PGM subtype?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
That the PGM subtype of a 2+, 2- exists in approximately 1.6% of the population.
So based upon PGM subtype alone, only 1.6% of the population have the same PGM subtype as the defendant in this case?
That's correct.
Now, in order to come up with your final conclusion in terms of the frequency, what did you do as to item number 49?
I took those 3 percentages that were just mentioned and multiplied them together.
And you arrived at what?
Simply multiplying together, it comes up with approximately 0.43% of the population, which then rounding that off to make it a little bit more understandable, works out to about 1 person out of every 200.
Or 0.5%?
That's correct.
And 0.5% is 1/2 of 1%?
Yes.
Does that mean that 99.5% of the population can be excluded as having donated that sample 49 at the crime scene?
Approximately, yes.
Or that if you took 200 people and tested them, that you would expect that only one of them might have the same blood type as the person that donated that drop?
Oh, well, That's correct.
No further questions.
Blazier? Do you need a moment, or do you want to? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief moment to recycle, reorganize the exhibits and things. We'll take about 10 or 15 minutes to allow council to do that. I'll ask you just to step back into the jury room, and we'll call you out as soon as we're ready to start up again. Mr. Gregory Matheson is again on the witness stand under oath. Now to begin cross-examination by Mr. Blazier.
Mr. Matheson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Matheson, I want to start by asking you some questions about your background that you had testified to on direct. You indicated that you had attended several courses in DNA technology, and I believe your testimony went to the year 1990. Am I accurate on that?
I'd have to confirm the dates on that. You mean 1990 is a formal course on the most recent end?
That's the last entry that I have concerning DNA training.
As far as coursework, yes.
And that was a two-week course in 1990 in Denver, Colorado, as well as a course at Cetus Corporation.
Well, the PCR workshop was actually the University of New Haven that was sponsored by Cetus.
And it was at that conference that you learned a little bit about RFLP and something about PCR.
Vegas to something and a little bit.
Overworld.
Which one are we talking about? The 1 week CETUS course was a fairly involved course on PCR. We actually did the typing ourselves and that type of thing. The 2 week course that I mentioned at Denver was a overview of RFLP type techniques, along with having a chance to try some of them.
And then in 1990, you had the other two courses, the Denver course and the Cetus course.
That's what I was just referring to,
Right,
correct?
the New Haven course was an earlier course.
No, there was actually a couple at New Haven.
Since 1990, have you attended any training courses in DNA technology?
Not coursework, no.
And have you done any reading on DNA technology since 1990?
Yes.
What sorts of readings?
I've reviewed some technical articles. As far as just reading goes, looked through, the different journals that are out there, Journal of Forensic Science Society, that type of thing. Not a lot in depth.
Now, there are regular seminars every year put on by Roche Molecular puts some on, and other organizations put on seminars concerning DNA technology and advances that are being made in that area, correct?
That's correct.
And those courses are available to you if you choose to attend them?
Yes, and if I'm given time from the city.
And you have not chosen to attend any of those courses?
But when I said yes, you mentioned seminars?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I've actually attended a couple since 1990 along that line seminar. When I was talking before about no coursework after 1990, I was talking about a classroom type of setting. As a matter of fact, in 1993 in September, I attended a Promega meeting, or the International Symposium on Human Identification in Scottsdale, Arizona. And that would be one that was directly related, strictly to the area of DNA. I also attended, like I mentioned, the CAC seminars and the American Academy meetings, which tend to go into length in the area of DNA.
Have you ever taught any aspect of DNA technology at any of those seminars?
No, I have not.
Have you ever taught DNA technology at any program at all?
Depends on what you mean by DNA technology. I give general overviews, in particular within our department, to detectives so that they're aware of our current status and that type of thing, but not at any of the seminars.
Now, you indicated that you're a member of the California Association of Criminalists.
That's correct.
And you've attended every seminar of theirs since 1979?
Except for either 3 or 4, yes.
Now, how often are those held?
Twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall.
And again, are those voluntary programs that you can choose to go to or not choose to go to?
Yes, that's correct.
And are those, does your organization allow you to attend those if you want to?
They will give us time to attend. They don't cover expenses normally.
To your knowledge, has Dennis Fung attended any of those courses?
Calls for hearsay.
Vague.
It's also irrelevant to this witness and beyond the scope.
Any of those courses, that's vague.
I'm sorry?
That's vague, any of those courses.
The California Association of Criminalist Seminars that happen twice a year, do you have that in mind?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Dennis Fung attend any of those seminars this year?
Well, this year, meaning 1995, there hasn't been one yet.
94.
Let's see. I'm not sure. The one in the fall was in Pasadena. I think I might have seen him there, but I'm not sure.
93.
I don't have any specific recollection of whether he's attended or not.
Is there a record kept somewhere of who attends various seminars?
Normally, it's included, if they choose to include it, as part of their statement of qualifications or CV. Beyond that, our department requires something that's called a travel authority if it's going to be travel for training purposes or seminars out of the county, and it would be recorded in that. But it's not like a listing of individual attendances.
And it's, they're not required to keep a record of how many courses they attend or what types of courses they are?
Well, it's recommended that they are and that they keep their statement of qualifications up to date.
So is it your experience that had he attended courses, that would be on his CV?
It should be, yes.
Do you know whether Andrea Mazzola has attended any California Association of Criminalist seminars?
No,
You don't know, or she hasn't?
no, I do not, no.
Now, do you make any effort to monitor what sorts of classes or seminars the people that work under you attend?
Well, we make sure that we give people the opportunity to attend if they are interested, and we try and encourage people to attend. As far as myself monitoring what courses each individual person goes to, no.
Now, you indicated, I believe, that you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Yes, just recently.
Now, the activity where you are a member of the board of directors, that's the California Association of Criminalists?
Where I was a member of the board of directors, yes, that and the American Board of Criminalistics.
Now, with both of those organizations, were you involved in accreditation programs?
I wasn't, neither one of those organizations are involved in accreditation. They are both associated to some extent with certification.
Now, describe what certification is.
Certification is a system whereby, in our case, it's a voluntary system, whereby a professional has an opportunity to show that they meet minimum qualifications and standards within a certain area, as opposed to accreditation in forensics, which tests whole laboratories or laboratory systems.
So certification is for an individual, accreditation is for the lab as a whole.
That's correct.
And is your understanding that within the forensic community, the idea of certification is an important one?
It is with many of the members, yes.
And there's been a substantial amount of controversy in the forensic community about how forms of certification should take place. Are you aware of that?
Overruled.
Well, during the course, particularly during the course of when I was involved in setting up the CAC certification program, there was a lot of discussion amongst our members as to what the criteria should be to be able to apply. There was give and take on that. There was some differences of opinion. And then when we got involved in the American Board of Criminalistics, which is the national body, that because of the wide nature of the different people involved, also indicated that there was a difference of opinion in a lot of the different areas.
And is it accurate to say that certification programs are designed to ensure that the people who work in this field are competent?
Well, I'm not sure it really ensures anything. What it does, it gives an indication that a person meets a minimum level of competence through testing, particularly a written test.
It's a method to weed out people who might not be competent from people who are competent. Is that accurate?
Vegas to weed out.
Or will
It is a, well, the fact that it's voluntary, I'm not sure it would weed somebody out, because if somebody feels they are not going to meet the standard, they may choose not to apply for it, or they may choose not to apply for it just because they don't believe in it or for whatever variety of reason. I think it's just an opportunity for an individual that wants to show that they meet the minimum standards to take the test and apply and demonstrate that.
Now, there is no governmental body that regulates crime labs, is there?
No, there's not.
There's no governmental body that regulates criminalists.
No, except for in one area. There is some regulation when it comes to blood alcohol analysis.
Now, you're familiar with blood banks that draw people's blood to do routine blood testing?
Generally, yes.
And you're aware that they're heavily regulated by the government?
I know that there are regulations, yes.
And there are regulations about proficiency testing of people who work in those labs to make sure they don't make mistakes.
Not relevant, no personal relevant information.
sustained.
Now, there is no such governmental regulation of quality control, for instance, in crime labs, is there?
No, there is not.
And there is no required qualifications set forth by the government for people to be a criminalist.
No, there isn't. That's why the associations entered the area.
Now, the associations entered the area because there was a need for such programs. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And there's a need for that type of program to ensure the quality of criminalistics work that's done by criminalists, correct?
Well, we're going back to the word ensure. I'm not sure that just by offering a program like this that it will ensure that this will occur, particularly the fact that it is voluntary.
Well, that's the idea, though, isn't it?
That's correct. The idea is for the people that are competent to demonstrate that they are.
Now, how many different voluntary certification programs are there?
Well, right now there is actually only one, and that would be the one that's sponsored by the American Board of Criminalistics. The program that the California Association of Criminalists, or the CAC, put into place was in essence folded into or melded into the American Board of Criminalistics program. We didn't want competing systems out there.
Now, has Dennis Fung applied for certification?
I don't know.
Has Andrea Mazzola applied for any form of certification?
I don't know.
Are the people that work in your division encouraged to apply for certification?
Yes, we make sure that they know that it's something that they can do and are welcome to do if they like.
Do you make any effort to track the people that work for you in terms of whether they've applied for certification and been certified?
Sustained. This goes beyond the scope of the director.
Now, you talked about the New Haven course was taught by, among other people, Henry Lee.
One of the courses at New Haven, yes.
And Henry Lee, would you agree, is one of the world's foremost forensic scientists?
He is very well known and qualified, yes.
And he's the director of the Connecticut State Police Crime Lab, correct?
My understanding, yes.
And he works primarily for prosecutors.
I believe he works for the system. I suppose, in general, yes, they do tend to work for the prosecutors.
And you're aware that he's an expert for the defense in this case?
That's my understanding, yes.
Tell us what ASCLD is.
ASCLD stands for the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors.
And that's an organization that also has, or does have, an accreditation program for crime labs, correct?
Well, they started what I believe is the only accreditation program for crime laboratories That organization now is a separate body from ASCLD called ASCLD Lab.
I'm sorry, ASCLD.
Lab for laboratory.
And the function of that, or one of the functions of that organization, is to go examine a crime lab, make recommendations, see whether they meet minimum standards in order to perform services as a crime lab, correct?
That's correct.
And how long has that program been in effect?
I believe it's been about 7, 8 years. Not quite sure.
Did you have participate in any way in setting up that program?
No, not at all.
Are you aware of the requirements for accreditation?
I have read the handout they have, yes.
Your understanding that the requirements for accreditation are basically standards, minimum standards, that a lab should meet in order to qualify for accreditation.
Yes, that's true.
And those standards are supposed to be minimum standards that would be used by a crime lab and criminalists that work for a crime lab in doing their work.
It's a goal to attain those, yes.
And you're familiar with the particular guidelines that ASCLD has set forth in order for a lab to be accredited.
I've read them. Don't have them memorized.
Do you think they are good guidelines?
Well, it's Vegas to good.
Overruled.
As a rule, yes.
And do you think that the guidelines that are set out by ASCLD are desirable for a crime lab to follow?
Within the criteria they have, in other words, delineating which are essential, let's see, it's essential, necessary, I forget what the 3 terms are, but it allows you to meet certain portions of each of those and only all of the essential ones.
Now, I believe you indicated on your direct testimony that you have not, or LAPD has not applied for accreditation for lack of funding?
That's the major reason, yes.
And it's your understanding that the funding required is what?
I don't know the exact number. I've been told that the possibility of the cost for a laboratory of our size could run anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000.
Has your lab ever applied for accreditation?
Well, we can't apply until the city authorizes the expenditure of the money, and we have requested that money to be made available to us.
Is it fair to say that you've been one of the movers to try and get accreditation for your lab?
Not to this point, no, because the accreditation was more on a managerial level, and up until just 4 months ago, I was not at that level. I was at a supervisory level. And though I feel that it's something that we should be attaining, it was our managers at the time that were pushing for it.
Are they still pushing for it?
Yes, at this point we are.
It's considered to be something that's important to your lab.
Yes.
Now, is it your opinion that your current practices, many of which you've described here today, meet the minimum standards of ASCLD?
Not relevant, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Do you have a quality manual at SID?
We currently have one that is being developed. We do not have one that is complete.
What is that called?
The manual itself?
Yes.
Well, it's being compiled by our quality control, quality assurance manager. I'm sure at some point it will be named like quality control manual or something. I don't believe it has a name at the moment.
Is that the field manual that there's been testimony about?
No, it is not.
So the field manual is some different document?
That's correct.
What is that?
The field manual is a guideline, general protocol and procedures manual that was being compiled by the trace analysis field unit supervisor as guidelines on how we should operate in the field.
How long has that been under development?
I believe it was probably started about 3 to 4 years ago, but actual work on the manual stopped when that particular supervisor resigned and moved to another laboratory.
Now, is there any other manual that you have in SID that your criminalists are required to follow?
Not
Overruled.
Well, most of the units have protocol and procedure manuals within the unit.
Is there a protocol and procedure manual for the field unit?
Not at this point. That's the one that we just referenced that's under development.
Do the materials in the field manual, in your opinion, set forth standards that should be followed by the criminalists that work for SID?
At this point, it's been a while since I've reviewed the whole thing. I do know that there is some information in there that is outdated that needs to be updated. In general, the information is good, but that's one reason why it has not been presented to the lab, because it has not had a chance to be updated and managerially reviewed.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the required training for criminalists at SID. I think you indicated the minimum educational requirements are a Bachelor of Science in some sort of science.
In a science, that's correct.
And is there any additional training other than the mini academy that we've been talking about that criminalists are required to take in order to work for SID?
Are you talking about once they're on the job or prior to being hired?
Well, let's talk about prior first.
Prior to being hired, the only requirement is that they have a bachelor's degree in science.
And after they're hired, is there any required program that they must attend?
Well, there's no required or formally required program except for what we've described as the informal SID Academy.
And they're not required to attend any courses outside of SID, is that correct?
No, there's no requirement for the people to attend them. There are courses available, and there are certain ones that we do try and get, we get them to fill out applications and submit them to the agencies that offer this training. And if they're accepted, then we give them time and hopefully resources in order to attend.
Now, the mini academy, how often is that held?
Well, the SID Academy, as it's been called, is kind of an informal structure of a variety of different topics. The goal is to have one every Thursday afternoon, but due to workload considerations and vacations and things like that, many times it's postponed till the next week, or the instructor that was supposed to be doing it is on a day off or something. So, like I said, we shoot for every Thursday afternoon. It doesn't always work out that way.
So it's an on-again, off-again type of program?
Well, the program's not on again, off again. It continues, and we do keep track of who attends what within this program. But it's many times that it could be 2 or 3 weeks or more before it meets again.
Are criminalists required to attend?
Criminalist ones are required to attend, and any other criminalist, it's offered to them if they want to.
Are they required to keep any kind of manuals, written notes of coursework?
Overruled.
I don't know about as far as required. It depends on the instructor for a particular module, and the instructors, as a rule, are other more experienced criminalists within the laboratory. If there are handouts that are provided to the criminalists, then they are encouraged to keep them within their possession so they can refer to them at a later date.
Is there some kind of record kept as to who attends various seminars and what the subject matter is?
Are we talking about seminars outside of the division or this academy?
The academy in the lunchroom area there.
My understanding is they do keep track of who attends them.
Do they keep track of what courses have been given for a particular session?
Yes.
Is there some kind of a compilation of handout material that has been passed out as part of the coursework?
I don't believe so, no.
Are they given any kind of examinations?
I don't believe there's been any written examinations. I do know that in some of the instructors, they work into a segment where the person is, if it's to give you an example, a demonstration on casting shoe prints, they will have everybody in the class cast a shoe print. But as far as formal examinations, no.
So there isn't, I assume there are no grades given out in terms of how well people do or don't do?
That's correct.
Is there any kind of disciplinary procedure that you invoke if someone doesn't attend these?
No, if somebody does fail to attend, we have their supervisor find out why it is, and if there was no particularly good excuse. And many times people are doing casework or they're going to court or something, so they miss out on one. But if they just fail to attend, then that's noted, and when that subject comes around again, they are told to attend that one.
Is there instruction ever provided by outside experts?
We have occasionally brought in somebody, but it's been more on the area of general police topics. I mean, the academy includes not only forensics, but things such as radio procedures and a variety of things like that when you're dealing with a departmental agency like we are. And in those instances, we bring somebody in from the department to do that.
How often does that happen?
It's sustained.
Now, you indicated on direct that you offer a training program to detectives in terms of how to collect evidence.
Well, the department has a number of very formal courses, among which are detective, homicide detective school, sexual assault detective school, and detective supervisor school. And they always give SID or the crime lab a portion of that so that we can teach the detectives about what forensics is about.
And are homicide detectives regularly taught how to collect bloodstains?
Well, the ones that attend the courses that I teach are, yes.
They're provided kits to collect bloodstains, are they not?
If they request them, yes.
So they have access to swatches,
Yes,
and they have access to coin envelopes and plastic envelopes,
yes.
and they have access to tweezers and other tools for making swatches from bloodstains?
Well, if you mean access on all of these items, we have them within our laboratory, and if they run low or if they lose them or they need a replacement, they call us up and we supply them to them.
But this is also something that they might have available to them wherever they happen to be working out of?
Overruled. Overruled.
Well, we supply them, like I mentioned, it's basically just a file box with the tools and implements they need to collect these things. And if they were to run out, particularly if, say, the cloth swatches, or if they lose their tweezers, or if they lose their scissors, they call us up and ask us for new ones.
Now, did I understand you to say that 90% of homicides, it's the detective that processes the scene rather than a criminalist?
Well, these are very rough numbers. My guess is that we probably respond to somewhere between 10 and 20% of them, yes.
And whose decision is it whether a criminalist is going to respond or the police are going to handle the scene themselves?
It's the detective that is assigned that case.
Do you know what the criterion is for that decision?
I don't think there's any defined criteria for it. It's kind of up to the detective. If they feel that there's evidence there that they want assistance in collecting, then they call the crime lab.
Now, within SID, at the time of this case on June 13th, your position was what?
My position was as a supervising criminalist, and the units that I supervised was serology, our trace unit, the field unit, the forensic photographer, and our chemical processing unit.
Were you the supervisor for Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola during the time they processed the crime scene in this case?
Not directly, no. They both worked in different units. I suppose indirectly in that field services at that point, at least during the daytime, were part of my responsibility, but not directly, no.
Who was their direct supervisor?
Well, in the case of Dennis Fung, his supervisor is during music at the firearms unit, and for Andrea Mazzola, her supervisor is Bernie Sanchez in toxicology.
But when they get called out to a scene, do they still report to the same supervisors, or is it there one person who's knowledgeable about crime scene investigations that they report to as to that aspect of their job?
Well, as a rule, they have some autonomy out there. If they needed some assistance, normally at that point, they are advised to call one of the assistant directors or the director of the laboratory.
Is it fair to say it's pretty much up to them whether they call for additional assistance or not?
As to whether or not they say they need additional assistance, yes.
So there's no one that's directly overseeing them to check with them to see if they need help. It's pretty much just in response to a request by them.
As a rule, yes. I mean, many times the field calls come in the middle of the night, and as a supervisor, I may not even know that it occurred until the next day after the person has gone, done their work, and gotten back to the laboratory.
Now, Steve Johnson, who is he?
He is the other assistant director of the laboratory.
Now, he was present at the crime scenes on June 13th, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Were you present at those scenes?
No, I was not.
When Steve Johnson was present, what was his function? If you know.
Oral.
If you know.
He was responding as assistant director, along with the captain of our division. Both of them were out there to see how things are going, to do a quick overview of the scene, and provide assistance if necessary. If not, to return back to the laboratory.
Now, you indicated that the captain of your division, the person that is over the lab director is a police captain, correct?
That's correct.
Do the people that work for SID carry badges?
We are issued Scientific Investigation Division badges, yes.
And, but the criminalists are considered civilian employees of the police department?
Yes.
What was Michelle Kessler's position as of June 13th?
Oral.
On June 13th, she was one of the assistant directors of the laboratory. At that time, we did not have a director. That spot was empty. She and Mr. Johnson shared the responsibility for administration of the laboratory.
And she is now the director of the lab?
That's correct.
She's married to a robbery homicide detective, is she not?
Yes, she is.
Does she work fairly closely with detectives in the police department, to your knowledge?
Oral.
Well, to some extent, we all do. I don't think she does any more than the rest of us, other than the fact she's married to one.
Do you know whether she socializes with detectives in robbery homicide?
We're getting beyond the scope of the direct here, counsel.
Now, you indicated on direct that you were in charge of managing items in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so, yes.
What did you mean by that?
Well, one of the roles that I've had is in coordinating an awful lot of the activities when it comes in tracking what happens in analysis in relation to this case. Every time that requests for analysis have gone through me, requests to have the evidence submitted outside have gone through me if I've been available. The times where we have set up viewings for the defense, I've been mainly involved in that, making sure the items were available and that the areas were available and that type of thing. Just general coordination.
And have you had that function since the beginning of the case?
Pretty much, yes.
Has it been your responsibility to track all of the items of evidence that have been collected from the 13th onward?
What do you mean by track?
Keep track of where they are.
No, it is not.
Has it been your job to determine what items of evidence are to be analyzed and what aren't to be analyzed?
Well, like I mentioned, most of the requests go through me as a contact point for the detectives or the DA's office. They would call me up to put in the request specifying what type of analysis was requested to be done. I would then prepare a request and forward it on to the appropriate person.
Now, have you been monitoring since June 13th the media coverage about this case?
Off and on, yes.
And have you been following the court proceedings?
Off and on.
When you say off and on, what do you mean?
Well, I would watch some, and there got to be a point a while back where I figured it was probably best not to. It was consuming too much of my time during the day. I tended to be paying more attention to it once people within our laboratory were involved.
At what point did you stop watching television?
Well, during the daytime, that would be during the detective's testimony.
Now, did you watch the testimony of Dennis Fung?
As much as I could. I still am working, so I'd be in and out of my office, and I miss segments of it.
Did you try to watch the testimony of Andrea Mazzola?
Same thing, as much as possible.
And that was with a television in your office?
Yes.
Did you discuss their testimonies with them in the evenings after they testified? Let me start with Dennis Fung.
From the time that Mr. Fung started testifying until he was done, I left messages on his answering machine twice, didn't talk directly with him, and I met with him one evening and we went out to dinner, and that was it.
During Andrea Mazzola's testimony, did you have any conversations or meet with her when she wasn't testifying?
I believe there was one meeting that we had. It was myself, Michelle Kessler, and Colin Yamuchi, and Ms. Mazzola in Ms. Kessler's office.
When was that?
Oh, I don't know the exact date. It was sometime, I believe, early on in her testimony.
And what was the subject matter of that meeting?
We were just talking generally about style of testimony, how to feel comfortable on the stand, posing questions to her as far as potential things that she might be asked about.
So you talked about specific issues that might come up as part of her testimony.
We didn't so much talk about them, just to suggest areas that she may want to be aware of as far as potential questions that may be applied to her.
What sorts of areas did you suggest to her might come up?
Sustained.
Did Michelle Kessler participate in that meeting?
Sustained.
Was there any specific discussion of item 17, Mr. Simpson's blood vial, at that meeting?
Overruled.
Oh, I don't remember that item. If that item specifically came up, it might have.
Were you aware that that was a significant issue or had been raised as a significant issue by the defense by that time?
Yes.
And was the purpose of that meeting to discuss that issue, among others?
No, it wasn't.
You have no recollection of whether you discussed that or not with her?
Oh, I don't remember if we discussed that specific item. Like I said, we were talking generally about style and just how to testify, feeling comfortable about testifying.
When you say how to testify, what do you mean?
Just,
Mildly. One answer. Go ahead and answer the question, then we're going to quit for the day.
the concept of trying to be comfortable, to make eye contact, that type of thing, to deal with the attorneys and the jury, the whole process of being in a courtroom and testifying.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll stand in recess for 5 minutes, and I'd like to see counsel again. Thank you. All right, Mr. Matheson, tomorrow morning, 8:45. I've seen it the night before, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, it appears that there are a number of things in the exhibits that I just got this afternoon that are objectionable. I don't want to go through it in detail because Mr. Matheson's here and the court has said that I can't discuss it with them.
All right, Mr. Matheson, do you need Mr. Matheson any more this afternoon?
I don't think so.
All right, Mr. Matheson, why don't you excuse us?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goldberg.
As to the court's order that we not show or discuss the materials to the witness, Mr. Matheson, I'd also like the court to perhaps revisit that in light of what the materials are, because many of them do not at all appear to be impeachment. They're not impeachment. They're just things that the defense wants to ask him about, and some of them it's very difficult to figure out exactly what they mean.
Well, let's take it from the top. What are they?
They don't have numbers on them, so I'll take them in the order which I was handed them. One of them appears to be a block-type diagram showing the electrophoresis plates on items 84A and B. I can't tell exactly what this is supposed to be. Whether is this the full size or is this the board?
No, these are what are called PowerPoint slides that are projected over the computer system. There are 6 of those per page. Actually, each one takes up the whole screen. Those are scanned pictures that we've been provided by the prosecution of the electrophoretograms for the fingernails and some other items.
But there's also a block diagram as well. And I can't really read these electrophoretograms. They may be, as counsel says, I'm sure they are, pictures of what we already provided, but I can't see that based on what I've been handed. And
All right,
this
then
kind of
when
thing,
do we have those available? Does Mr. Harris have those available on his computer?
Yes.
All right.
I did.
you have that by all?
Mr. Harris, how long or far away are they?
So right here, I just disconnected the system.
Okay. How long will it take you to boot back up?
About 10 minutes.
I'm sorry?
About 10 minutes. To get them online.
I have them on my computer. I'd be happy to. My screen's a little small, but I'd be happy to bring it back to Chambers and show everybody.
Mr. Goldberg?
Well, perhaps we need to do that because I would like to verify that. But in addition, the diagram also contains what appear to be some block diagrams. This would require Mr. Matheson to take a close look at it in order to compare it to the actual electrophoretogram to see whether the block diagram is more or less accurate. So I don't see any reason that that would have to be done on the witness stand. And I'm not, I really can't address this in further detail myself because I don't have the level of expertise that's necessary to figure out exactly what's going on here in the block diagrams.
All right. What else is there besides the diagrams and the photographs of the electrophoresic
On
plates?
that particular one?
Yep. What else
That's a full description of it and the issues that pertain to that item.
All right. Is that all of these
As I
items?
understand it, but understand that I have never asked Mr. Matheson about the block diagram.
Is that all there is? Photographs and these diagrams?
It looks like there are 2 photographs at the top and 4 diagrams underneath it.
All right. You seem to have several sheets. Is that what they are?
No, there are a variety of different things.
All right. What else?
Those are all part of the same group, the same presentation.
All right. Well, I'm dealing with the EAP ones first, and then some of them deal with different issues. There's a block diagram of, it says when BA degrades, bands disappear from top down. My understanding is that that is not true based upon my own reading of the scientific literature and my discussions with Mr. Matheson. And then there's some charts here that says that a degraded BA only has 1 B band as opposed to 2 B bands. And I'm only aware of a footnote in one article that somewhat supports this view. But this is the kind of thing, again, where in order to be able to intelligently answer this issue, Mr. Matheson might want to go back and look at that one footnote and also some of the other articles and also determine whether or not these block diagrams are correct.
You know,
Because, and I'm not really qualified to do that.
I would suggest I will give Mr. Matheson every article that I intend to refer to. I'll give that to you now so that he can review them for tomorrow.
All right.
But what he's suggesting may not be scientifically correct, and I don't object to the defense putting something up on the screen for which there will never be any foundation laid, not from Mr. Matheson nor any defense expert.
Well,
This is-
counsel's offering to give this to you at this point. What's the identity of the articles, Mr. Blazer?
These are all articles on EAP systems. Do you want me to identify them on the record?
Yeah, just so we know what you're giving.
One is Dr. George Sensabaugh, and the title is The Utilization of Polymorphic Enzymes in Forensic Science. There's a second article by Dr. Sensabaugh, Isoenzymes in Forensic Science. There's an article by Brian Raxall and Elizabeth Eames, E-A-M-E-S, Erythrocyte acid phosphatase in bloodstains. There's a technical note by T.E. Yeshion, Y-E-S-H-I-O-N, titled Thermal Degradation of Erythrocyte Acid Phosphatase Isoenzymes in Case Sample.
I read that.
And finally, I believe, is an article by Jill Luffman and Harry Harris titled A Comparison of Some Properties of Human Red Cell Acid Phosphatase in Different Phenotypes.
All right. All right, and Mr. Blazer, what else besides the photographs and the block charts? What other exhibits are you going to be using?
I had one other series of charts, or I'm sorry, series of slides to demonstrate how many swatches you can make from a milliliter of blood. And the third one is...
Can I continue going through these, Your Honor?
No, I'm just asking, since Mr. Blazer knows what they are and you don't appear to know precisely what they are because of what you have, I thought it would be more precise for me to ask Mr. Blazer what they are.
And the third one is some slides that I wish to go through with Mr. Matheson on security at SID. It has a couple of pictures that I think have already been introduced. Oh, I also may be using some of the boards that were used in the opening statement. I probably will be. But they've seen those, certainly.
All right.
Okay, Your Honor, did the court want me to continue with the EAP? Well, I mean, basically, the overriding objection to all of the EAP type slides is that in order to show these, he's going to have some foundation for it. And if no one's ever talked to Mr. Matheson about this to determine whether he is going to support it, and there is no defense witness, obviously, that's going to testify in the people's case to support it, then these should never come in. And many of them do contain statements that appear to be argumentative, that appear to be inconsistent with my understanding of the scientific literature and also what Mr. Matheson's views are.
So you're objecting to some of the titles?
Well, that's a generic objection that relates to all of the EAP materials. And then I had specific objections on the first one, which I described as being the one with the electrophoretic photographs. I have an objection to the second diagram that says when a BA degrades, bands disappear from the top down as not reflecting my understanding of the way it works and as being argumentative. The second diagram is similar to that. It seems to be an illustration of the principle. Excuse me, the third diagram appears to be an illustration of the principle in the second diagram.
All right, let's do this, counsel. I have a meeting at 5:30 I have to attend. I'm going to order all counsel who are involved in this, Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Blazer, I'm going to order you both to be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with Mr. Harris. And let's fire these things up. Let's look at them in real size and see what's there. All right, and Mr. I assume, Mr. Goldberg, you have other experts assisting the prosecution other than Mr. Matheson that you can consult with regards to these items over the evening hour.
Well, we do, but unfortunately, some of them may not be in town. So if we were to consult one of our experts who is a serologist, that would be difficult to do between now and 8 a.m. the court said.
8 a.m. All right, then we'll, Mr. Harris, we'll fire those up. We'll take a look at them. We'll go through them one at a time.
Yeah. And is the prosecution still under order, so not to discuss these issues with Mr. Matheson?
Yes.
Yeah, in light of the discussion, I have no objection. In fact, I want them to go over them with Mr. Matheson.
All right. All right. See you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. And that does not include the court reporter. Yes.
Make your day less than tomorrow. I hope.
No, and don't forget at 4 o'clock we have
That's what I'm talking
three
about.
motions.
Yeah, I filed a short letter memorandum in response to.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I filed a short letter memorandum in response to the prosecution's parody response, and I've been telling Mr. Harmon that with respect to his motion, all that we have are two declarations, one of which I've finally been able to track down from Dr. Reeders, who'd been ill, that I've given to them, and I'll file with the court. It's one page, 5 paragraphs. And the other one I'm seeking, I know its substance is Mr. I'm going to mispronounce Carl's name, Solovka, who I think is we believe must be the individual who spoke with Agent Martz at this meeting in Seattle, who is named in Mr. Harmon's response. My suggestion to him, and he's free to take it if he wants, is that there are conflicts, factual conflicts, and I don't particularly see the need until he gets an opportunity to talk with these individuals and get declarations from them if they want to settle the record, to deal with it tomorrow. Maybe we could, I know we have another day when Mr. Dean Ullman's coming down, the 9th. In light of the court's ruling this morning with respect to consumption, I have concerns about the issue, but I don't think it's of pressing need given the way we're going to handle that. So that's just I think, a friendly invitation to him to settle the record on paper and to try to keep it tight. He's free to accept it or not.
Mr. Harmon?
Judge, I think this is real curious. Remember, when they filed this, there was a big rush to get this resolved. Remember that? I think they filed it on a Thursday, and Mr. Neufeld got up and said, this is really urgent. We need to get this resolved. So I spent the weekend filing the response. We filed it on that Tuesday morning, and then it was set, and then other things came up.
So the short answer is you decline the invitation and you're willing to go
Well,
forward tomorrow.
I just find it fascinating that these declarations just suddenly show up on the eve of the hearing, and then one of them's lost somewhere in the stratosphere, and the hearing has been set for tomorrow afternoon. I want to get this black cloud off my head that they've planted over there. But, this is very typical, as I referred to in my response to the way they operate. So,
All right, I take that as a no.
Well, I guess he's saying no, but
I guess I take that as a no.
I tried.
All right.
I tried.
Hello there, Moki. Good evening. Let's see. All right. And right now we're watching the defense. OJ's defense is trying to challenge the DNA evidence that was collected by one of the other. Not Fung, but the person that was in charge of that group that was collecting forensics. Also, Moki, I hope that you're doing well, and I am wondering how the quests went today, also. And now we'll be continuing.
We'll take a brief recess at 4 o'clock tomorrow, and then we'll launch into a half hour's worth of motion. Goldberg, electrophoretrogram. And I understand that that's your objection, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Blazer, any comment?
No, Your Honor, I do have the original photograph, and I was intending to point that out, and I will point it out, and I'll put the original photograph on the Elmo at the same. I'm sorry. I will display the original photograph on the Elmo at the same time.
Madam Reporter, do you need him to use the microphone? All right. All right, then those objections as to 1, 2, and 3 will be overruled, pending court accepting the assurance that that's what will be done, since that has the danger of misleading the jury. As to items 13, 14, 15, 16, the people's objection, as I understand it, Mr. Goldberg, is that the blocks do not line up, and there's some problem with that in your mind. Is that correct? Sure.
That's 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Blazier, your indication is that you're going to question the witness and bring out the fact that that's due to the bowing of the plate,
Absolutely, and we agree with their interpretation,
that they would line up.
except for the Boeing.
All right. All right, subject to that representation, then the objections are overruled. Number 18, Mr. Goldberg, my understanding of your objection is that it is to the narrative that when a BA degrades, bands disappear from the top down, that you object to the narrative portion, but not to the actual block diagram itself. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and it's our position on many of these issues where there's a narrative. If I may be heard further, I don't know whether the court wanted me to.
Well, why don't we use each individual, because each individual diagram or presentation is different.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand what the court just said.
Why don't we just discuss number 18 at this point?
Well, yeah, that's what I was discussing. And as to the narrative, but so I don't have to repeat myself, when we get to other objections that I'm making on the same grounds, the way that we presented our block diagrams and demonstrative exhibits is they don't have any commentary other than a neutral statement of what happened or what is depicted in the photograph that cannot be argued by either side as being anything other than a neutral statement that does not favor one side or the other. Or in the case of our block diagram, we didn't have any commentary at all, and we allowed the witness to simply use it for the purposes of illustrating and explaining his testimony. That is a proper usage of exhibits such as block diagrams that are being used for demonstrative and illustrative purposes, and we don't object to the defense trying to use those exhibits for the purposes of illustrating what would otherwise be difficult testimony to understand, just as we did. But when they're putting a interpretive slant on it that they like and that is consistent with the arguments that eventually they want to make to the jury, that we strenuously object to. Neither party should be allowed to do that with respect to any diagram or exhibit that we create. And particularly where that narrative slant is inconsistent with the witness's testimony is going to be testifying. Now, if they were to call their own expert to the witness stand, I think we could still object on the first grounds, that they should not be able to have a narrative slant on the exhibit itself. But as to the second ground, at least they would have an expert that was going to lay a proper foundation for that comment. But they don't even have that here because Mr. Matheson does not agree with the commentary that is contained in some of these narrations.
Mr. Blazier?
I
As to
can't
item
believe-
18.
I can't believe, with their chart that has so many inconclusives that we've argued over and over again are misleading and wrong, the court ruled that that was a matter of weight. This is not argumentative. This is from the scientific literature. The fact that Mr. Matheson may not be aware of it is the very point of the cross-examination. There's no slant on it at all. This is what the scientific literature says, and it's appropriate. I certainly can ask that question.
What's the source of this?
The scientific literature I submitted yesterday, primarily the Sensabaugh article.
All right, as to number 22, people's objection is likewise to the narrative, is that correct?
Yes.
As to 23, also the narrative.
Yes, Your Honor.
24, also the narrative.
Yes.
And 25, also the narrative.
Yeah, there were two narratives on that.
Right. All right, Mr. Blazier?
Again, those are not argumentative statements. They're observations from the block diagrams. They're taken from the scientific literature. I don't think they're going to disagree, for instance, with 22, that B1 is a degraded BA. That's by definition what the chart says. These are not argumentative. They're based on the scientific literature. Mr. Matheson is going to be free to say, I don't agree. or I disagree, or there's other literature that he hasn't told us about, and that's part of cross-examination.
Be made, but just one additional observation. First of all, it is a selected view and a condensed view, an oversimplification of some scientific literature that Mr. Matheson is going to distinguish. But even if it were a direct quote from the scientific literature, in other words, even if he said, according to Mr. Raxel and Eames in their article, they said this and then directly quoted, that should not come in chart form. They could cross-examine the expert on that under Evidence Code Section 721. But for parties to start introducing chunks of articles, even direct quotes, that we like and that they like, has never been allowed in our courts of law. And the court will recall that there was one instance where the prosecution marked a page out of Barry Fisher's book. I don't think that that page is ever going to be able to go before the jury. It was marked, although a quote from it was read into evidence, because we just don't submit articles and quotations to juries to go back with them into the jury room when they are deliberating on a case. So even if it were a direct quote, which it is not, I would still object to it.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. As to item 18, the objection to the narrative is sustained. As to number 22, it is overruled. As to 23, the objection to the narrative as argument is sustained. Likewise, as to 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, on 24, there was the same narrative, I'm sorry, on 23 had the same narrative as 22 with an addition. It is just the addition you want me to take out?
Yes. Now, that's not to say it won't come in at some later point in time. All right, as to the next series of photographs, prosecution has no objection to number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6, prosecution objects to the narrative as being inaccurate.
And also,
Mr. Blazier?
Well, Mr. Matheson confirmed that, and I will go into with him what the first entry into the lab means. That's the first place the evidence is taken. Obviously, it goes through a door somewhere. I'll be happy to go into that with him. The rest of it, I mean, it's not inaccurate. He can explain that.
All right. Objection will be sustained as being argument.
To
Number
the whole
7.
Thing? I'm sorry,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes. Number 5, no objection. Number 8, prosecution objects on the basis of what? Number 8?
that we felt that number 8 was argument.
All right, that objection will be overruled. Number 9, no objection.
No, we did object to 9, 10, and 12 on the grounds that they used this phrase sensitive case lockers, which we felt was not a designation that this witness was going to testify to.
All right, objection will be overruled. Number 11,
We objected to that.
as argument.
Yes.
Mr. Blazier?
Again, that's what we've been told by the head of the lab,
Mhm.
that area of the lab is for. That's
All right.
why we have it in there.
Objection will be sustained as being argument. Number 12, no objection.
The number 12, for the record, we lumped with number 9 and 10, which the court, I think,
All right.
overruled.
And there's no objection to 15, 16, 17, 18.
No.
All right, 13 and 14.
We objected to those on the grounds that it says lowest level of security in the lab, which is just flat out wrong and also argumentative.
All right, number 14.
The same objection.
All right, Mr. Blazier has the 13 and 14.
Of the 3 areas depicted in the chart, that is the lowest level of security in the lab. Mr. Matheson confirmed that. Same thing with 14. The information, as far as I know, is accurate.
First of all, it doesn't say lowest of the 2 areas, or 3 areas.
I'll go into that.
But it says lowest in the lab. It's wrong. It's argument.
All right, the objection is to 13 and 14 as the narrative is sustained as argument. All right, number 1, swatches, series of charts.
There are, we basically objected to the four charts, all on the same grounds. Number one, that this witness, it goes beyond the scope of the direct. We did not ask him anything about this. They are free to call witnesses or recall Mr. Matheson if they can lay a foundation for this kind of testimony. Number two, it's speculation because there are a variety of different ways of concluding how many swatches could be created. And number three, it's argumentative. I mean, it's basically just presenting the argument that the defense can and will make later on when they have an opportunity to address the jury at the end of this case.
All right. Mr. Blazer, the one that concerns me is number 4. Chart 4.
Mr. Matheson confirmed that you can make 100 swatches from a milliliter of blood. You can make a lot more.
All right. The objections as to 1, 2, and 3 are overruled. I'll sustain the objection as to number 4 for the reason that there's no standardized size of swatch. There's no standard, as far as I've heard, that indicates that there is a standardized amount that's considered to be a successful swatch, et cetera, et cetera. So the objection will be sustained.
If he answers the question that you can make 100 or more, can I use it?
Him or anybody else?
I'm sorry?
Him or anybody else, but the state of the evidence right now is that there's no foundation for it. All right.
Is that good for all of the other things that were taken out? It says what was in the chart?
That's a different story, yes. All right. No. Next matter is the chart regarding the blood vial. The objection at this point is the dispute over how much Mr. Paradas is going to say was collected in the blood vial, correct?
Well, there are a couple of objections. There were actually 4 of them. One was that the amounts that were removed by Mr. Yamauchi, constituting 1 milliliter, was an approximate, and in his notes it says an approximate. So it misstates, if they're trying to get it off business records, what's in the business records. Number 2, the amount that was removed that says on the chart was removed by Mr. Matheson, 0.75 milliliters, was in fact removed by Mr. Yamauchi, and again he indicated approximately 0.75 milliliters. So it misstates that. Number 3, it does not at all contain any reference to the testing that Mr. Matheson did on ABO and electrophoresis, I think on the 29th of July, where he did not record in the records how much he used, but testified to that on direct examination. Number 4, it does not correctly state the testimony of Mr. Paradas, who has not even testified yet, but it does not conform to any offer of proof with respect to what he has said. It is argumentative, and it also is beyond the scope of the direct. Because although some of these issues we went into with Mr. Matheson, and they could get into, how much he used during his testing and so on.
And how much he estimated. Yes,
What?
okay.
Right.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Blazer, I'm concerned about the fundamental accuracy.
He can challenge that. This is from their records. These are withdrawals that are in their records. If we've got it wrong, he can point it out. This is our best information. This is the things they wrote down. And we'll do the amount taken initially subject to connection. I can make a good faith statement to the court that there's been under oath testimony that there was 8 milliliters taken. They've been allowed to testify to test results with no foundation. I'm offering this as to connect up later or as a hypothetical.
But how do we get around the comment from Mr. Goldberg that these things are actually mislabeled as to who did what?
I don't believe they are. We can go into that, and that's a proper thing to go into on cross-examination. We don't believe they are mislabeled.
All right. I'll allow the use of the chart after the appropriate questions have been asked to conform with what's there. Otherwise, I'm sustaining temporarily the objection on the basis of factual accuracy. If you can link it up, if you can establish from Mr. Matheson's testimony the things that you've indicated, then I'll allow its use. But you'll need to lay a foundation for it before you can trot it out. All right, let me know when you want to bring it out, and we'll see if
Okay,
you have the foundation. All right, as to the PCR charts, nanogram, PCR amplification 1 and 2.
Point of clarification, I can't use the chart at all until he testifies to all the amounts?
No, not all the amounts, but the amounts that are you'll need to have some more foundation before that's coming in, based upon the factual dispute that I've heard. That's the point. So let me know when you want to use it. All right, the PCR charts, nanogram, PCR amplification 1 and 2. Any objection?
Yes, we'd object on the grounds that they're beyond the scope of the direct of this witness. And also, this witness cannot lay a foundation for all of the information contained in those charts. He knows, in other words, he knows the number of cycles, for example, 32 cycles, but he doesn't know the information as to how many fragments would be multiplied from the top of the chain to the bottom.
All right, do you have any factual disagreement or dispute with what's there? Appears to be accurate.
Well, the problem is that Mr. Matheson is not a DNA expert.
Oh, I
to the
understand that.
extent of-
I understand that, and I understand that he has not testified to any DNA evidence. I understand the scope problem.
Yeah,
If-
but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is that if Mr. Matheson couldn't provide me with those answers when he looked at the chart, and I do not know of my own independent knowledge whether some of the items on the chart are in fact correct.
Mr. Blazier?
It's my understanding he's in charge of this lab. He's testified about contamination problems. He's testified about procedures. I intend to ask him questions about, he's testified about contamination. I'm going to ask him about those kinds of questions, and they're directly relevant. In the PCR process and how that can result in contamination is directly relevant to what he testified about.
All right, I am tentatively going to overrule the objection. I'm a little concerned about the scope problem. I agree with you that he's testified to contamination issues, however. But when we start getting into specifics of DNA and PCR process, we're in a different ballgame there. That's a guideline. All right, LAPD field manual. Red binder item. Mr. Goldberg.
I had a chance to give that to them. This is the LAPD field manual. It's already been marked in another form. I simply have a copy that has the pages numbered. It's a little easier to find them.
And I wasn't aware of any issue regarding what the defense wanted to do, whether they wanted to introduce this entire field manual or...
No,
I assume they're going to use it for the purposes of cross-examination.
correct.
Well, the problem with this field manual, Your Honor, is that, as the testimony has already indicated, it is a draft manual.
All right,
It's not in effect.
It appears to the court, however, that it is a series of articles, handouts, leaflets, et cetera, that witnesses may be individually familiar with, but the foundation will have to be laid by the witness.
Well,
Excuse me,
there are-
counsel. Please don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
All right, a foundation will have to be laid before they can be used for cross-examination purposes. I think this is a courtesy that counsel is giving to both of you and to the court to give this to you in this form. It's my understanding, Mr. Blazer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's proceed. Let's have the jury, please.
You know, I'm going to be getting to that lab chart. I need some time to revise the presentation.
Which lab chart?
The levels of security, the evidence processing room.
How much time do you need? And we're just talking about taking out the narrative portion of it.
It's more than that, Your Honor. I don't intend to display a big blank screen, and it's part of the presentation, so I have to rework the presentation.
Well, you can ask the questions and you do the... How long will it take you to actually rework the presentation?
Uh, 15 minutes.
That's reasonable.
Your Honor, did the court rule on item number 18 as to the EAP series of documents?
I thought I indicated I sustained that on the basis of argument.
I'm sorry, I didn't write it down in my notes.
All right, we'll take a recess for 15. late start this morning. This morning I had to go over a number of items of evidence before they were presented to you. Had to review them with the attorneys. We started that at 8 o'clock sharp this morning, so we've been hard at it, but there were a number of issues that we had to go over. My apologies to you. Mr. Matheson, would you resume the witness stand, please? Good morning again, Mr. Matheson.
Good morning.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and he is undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Blazier. Mr. Blazier, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Matheson.
Good morning.
Good morning, folks. Mr. Matheson, when did the LAPD SID division begin doing DNA testing?
I believe our first case was completed in October of 1993.
And prior to your first case being completed, was there a developmental phase that you were involved in?
There was a developmental phase, yes.
And how long did that go on for?
Well, in one extent or another, for about 4 years, 3 years, something like that.
What was your role in the development of that program?
I was the supervisor of the unit and just generally oversaw it. I was not directly involved in any of the actual process or analysis.
Now, when you say the unit, you started putting this together 4 or 5 years before 93. What was going on during that period of time? Or did I misunderstand you?
I think that's a little longer than I said, but we initially, back in, I believe it would have been 89, started looking at the feasibility of doing RFLP type DNA analysis in our laboratory. We worked on that for a number of years, attempting to both acquire the equipment necessary and bring that online.
Now, when you say we, tell me what your role in that was.
Well, we, meaning collectively as a unit, I was a supervisor of the unit, and there were 3 criminalists that were assigned to the project from within the serology unit.
So you were in charge of that project?
Yes.
And that was studying RFLP technology?
Yes.
And the lab did not go into that particular technology, correct?
No, we've never done casework in that. That's correct.
And what's the reason that you have not gone into that area?
Well, the major reason focused around facility. We had a situation where we were not comfortable using the radioactive isotopes and the sort of physical layout that we had. We were not given the budget to be able to make the modifications that we needed to bring that online, and decided that it was not an area that we would pursue any longer.
Now, is your budget established by the police department?
Vaguely. Proceed. Go ahead and ask the question. Who sets your budget?
It's the City of Los Angeles, the council and the mayor's office.
Well, when you have to try and get funding for a project that you want to do, who do you go to?
Overruled.
Well, ultimately, the city council. It's a extremely long process that can take in excess of a year. As a matter of fact, we are about ready to start on a budget process for the 96-97 fiscal year.
Now, and is that one of the reasons why you're not accredited, that it takes too long to do that with the city?
Not that it takes too long, it's just it's never been approved.
Now, at some point you abandoned RFLP technology and began studying PCR technology, correct?
That's correct.
When did that happen?
Oh, I don't know exactly. I think because we're looking at DNA technology in general. I would say probably in 1990, 1991.
And again, were you in charge of that project?
Yes.
And how many people were working with you on that project?
I believe we had 2 people working on that. Initially there was 1, then it became 2, and eventually 3.
2 in addition to yourself?
Yes.
Now, prior to the time that you started doing casework, describe just very briefly what the developmental stage was in the PCR area.
Well, initially, it was determining what type of equipment we needed, going through the equipment lists, getting that through the budget process, acquiring the equipment. The criminalists that were involved needed to receive training. They went out and received that. Eventually, once the equipment was in-house, we proceeded to set it up and perform the tests within our laboratory to make sure that the PCR could be performed properly under our setting.
Now, that phase is called the validation studies, correct?
Well, yes, the development of our system and then eventual validation within our laboratory.
Now, what is your role today with respect to your PCR lab?
Well, it's one step further away. No longer being the supervisor of the unit, I now manage the serology unit, which is one of the section that's involved in it. So basically, there's very little direct involvement at this point.
Now, do you consider yourself an expert in DNA technology?
No, I do not.
And during the time that you were developing the PCR program for the lab, the people that were working on that under you, did they have more experience than you or less?
They had much more experience.
And in the current state of your lab, who is in charge, directly in charge of the PCR lab?
Well, I'd like to point out that when I mention much more experience, I mean experience in the area of PCR. Currently, the supervisor of the unit is a gentleman by the name of Larry Blanton.
Now, at the time you started doing casework in, did you say October of '93?
Yes.
I think we're going far afield at this point. We're establishing what he does at the lab, but since there's no testimony of PCR DNA testing by this witness, I think it's irrelevant at this point.
Mr. Matheson, I provided you with a binder this morning. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Well, I opened it up, looked at the cover page, and just flipped through it. That's the extent of review of this particular binder.
Does that appear to be the field manual that we were talking about briefly yesterday?
It appears to be a copy of our manual. Yes.
And that's the manual you provided to us, correct?
Yes.
Now, did I understand you yesterday to say that the field unit itself, the unit that goes out to crime scenes and processes crime scenes, doesn't have a manual? Is that right?
Not any one other than the one that's in process, this draft one. That's correct.
But that's not in effect yet?
That's correct.
And that's been in process for how many years?
I believe originally we started working on it in probably mid of 1992.
So there is no formal document anywhere available to criminalists who might need guidance out in the field in terms of the correct procedures to use to collect evidence?
There is no manual that they can go to and look up a section that specifies a certain action or something like that. We do have some references around, but there is no manual at this point. That's correct.
Is it your opinion that not having a manual for your field unit is an acceptable practice? Scientifically acceptable?
I think it is preferable that we have a manual. However, I believe you can still do good work and provide training and have people do acceptable work out there without having one.
Are you familiar with other crime labs and how they operate?
To some extent, yes.
What other labs are you familiar with?
Well, I interact with a lot of people in our profession in labs, excuse me, labs all over the state.
Now, your lab, in terms of size of your lab compared to other labs in the state, just give me a rough approximation of where you fall.
Well, we're definitely not the largest. I would say that we probably would fall, maybe in the 3/4 point. There are a number of labs larger than us and many more that are smaller.
Of the labs that are approximately your size and larger, do you know of any other lab besides yours that doesn't have a manual for field operations?
No foundation for personnel.
Overruled.
If you know.
I don't know whether they do or not.
Is this a matter of some concern to you as a supervisor of the lab that there be a manual in effect for everybody to look at?
Well, eventually, I think it would be great. I think it's a good idea that we have it laid down and in that form. That's why we are working on it.
Now, when you say you're working on it, is this draft manual available to people that want to look at it that work for you?
Yes, it's out. It's not kept hidden or secret or anything, but it has not been presented.
Is it kept in the crime lab truck?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, do you recall whether there's a provision in here that says it's to be kept in the crime lab truck?
Overruled.
Yes, I do. It's in the introduction.
But that's not done yet.
No, because it is not a formal document of our division yet.
Now, is it accurate to say that many of the things in here, however, are accepted procedures that you want your people to follow?
Yes.
Now, please look at page 12. I numbered the pages down the lower right. Is it your current procedure that it is the job of the criminalist at the crime scene to direct the photographer in the photographer's job?
It is the criminalist's job to direct the photographer when it comes to the evidence, the overall documentation, and the evidence that's being collected. They do have other tasks beside that. So we're not directing all their activities, but we do direct the things that are associated with what our interest is.
So in the area of collecting evidence that the criminalist has direct responsibility for, they're also in charge of making sure the photographer does his or her job, correct?
Yes, that's part of their responsibility, is to get their items photographed.
Now, one of the procedures you set forth in here is that ordinarily photograph numbers should correspond to evidence item numbers, correct?
Overruled.
Yes, that's what it says. Normally, the photographed item number will correspond to subsequent booking item numbers.
And is that a current procedure that you do have in operation?
Yeah, we try and make them correspond. It doesn't always work out that way, but just to keep things less confusing, you attempt to do that.
And yeah, the reason for doing that is to keep, or hopefully to avoid as many different numbering systems as possible for items that come into evidence, correct?
Yes.
That can be a source of great confusion if you wind up with a photo number that corresponds to some other evidence item that's not in that photo.
Overruled.
Well, I don't know if it's great confusion. It does complicate the situation slightly, but there are always references referencing a photo item number to a property item number.
And that comes from the forms that the criminalists have available to them at the scene.
Combination of that plus the property report that's eventually written, yes.
So the crime scene checklist and other forms that are available to the criminalists at the scene, one of the purposes of that is to record all information necessary so that you can hook up the photos with the evidence that's collected.
Yes.
Now let me direct your attention to page 13. At the bottom of the page, is it your current lab's procedure to have criminalists, when they conduct a search of a crime scene for purposes of evidence detection, use bright lights, ultraviolet lights, or alternate light sources, or laser lights?
These tools are all available to the criminalist if they feel it's necessary.
And those tools are available in the crime scene truck, are they not?
Yes.
And those tools presumably are to be used when there is evidence of the type that lends itself to being looked at by these instruments, correct?
If the criminalist feels it's necessary to use them, they're available, yes.
And what do you use bright light, ultraviolet light, or laser light for generally?
It's compound.
What do you use laser light sources for?
Well, the laser or alternate light source out at a crime scene mainly is used by the criminalist to look for body fluids such as semen, saliva, that type of thing.
And it's also there to look for things such as shoe prints, correct?
Not relevant beyond the scope.
Overruled.
As far as shoe prints, I have never been involved with it used for that particular technique. I suppose that it could be, but the primary use of those items is the detection of certain body fluids.
And you would agree that at the Bundy crime scene, there was certainly evidence of substantial bodily fluids that had been spilled.
Well, it's overbroad as bodily fluid.
Overruled.
There was definitely quite a bit of blood there, yes.
Now, it's accurate, is it not, that Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola never used any of this equipment on any crime scene they processed in this case, correct? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. With the Bundy crime scene,
No personal knowledge.
Foundations.
if you know.
Still no personal knowledge.
Foundation. Do you know?
I don't know exactly all the tools they use, no.
Now, you were in charge of reviewing their work, were you not?
Overbroad and vague is to review.
Sustain.
Were you in charge of reviewing the work that they did or didn't do at the Bundy crime scene?
Still overbroad and vague.
Overruled.
One of my duties as supervisor of the trace unit was ultimately to review the field notes, yes.
When you say ultimately, what do you mean?
Well, the procedure that was in place in the laboratory at that time is that when a criminalist completed a crime scene and everything was booked as far as the evidence goes and the notes were completed, they were placed in a location in the trace analysis unit where our criminalist 3 of the field unit, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Raquel, would retrieve those. He would do an initial review of them and then give them to me as a recommendation as to whether or not the notes should be filed or reviewed with the criminalist.
And as part of that procedure, it's part of your job to review those notes as well, isn't it?
If I felt so, yes.
And by reviewing those notes, you would know what techniques were used at the crime scene to collect evidence or identify evidence, wouldn't you?
I would know it at the time I read it if it was recorded, yes.
Do you ever review reports for the purpose of assessing the performance of a criminalist in terms of whether they used the equipment available to them that might be appropriate for a particular crime scene?
That is part of the review process. Ultimately, like I said, I've allowed Mr. Raquel, because he is very well acquainted with field procedures, to do the initial part of that review. And that is part of what he does, is to look to see if that information was noted. It is not a requirement that if a device such as a laser or the alternate light source is used out there, that that's a notation that's made.
And that's a subjective judgment made by the criminalist as to whether that particular criminalist thinks it might be useful or not.
That's correct.
Now, ultraviolet light is used to identify dust residue shoe impressions, is it not?
Well, again, the major use of that particular item, I mean, it's great to have a variety of different light sources out in the field. Our major use for ultraviolet, again, is for the detection of particularly body fluids, not necessarily blood.
Is your understanding that the only light source used at the Bundy crime scene by Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola was a flashlight?
No personal knowledge.
If you know.
Not relevant beyond the scope.
If you know.
Well, that's all I saw them use on the TV
Okay.
accounts and that type of thing.
Most of the strikes, no stuff.
Overruled.
Now, also, talking again about page 13 at the bottom, one of the techniques that is set forth there for criminalists to perform involves wheelbase and tire tread stance measurements, correct?
That's mentioned here, yes.
And that would be something that they would do if there was evidence of tire tracks at a crime scene.
Beyond the scope, not relevant.
Overruled.
That is indicated there as a technique that if they feel it's important to record, then yes, it's something that should be recorded.
That was not done at the Bundy crime scene, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Overruled.
Now, let me ask you to turn to page 16. That's a short page. Why don't you look at that and tell me whether that is a current policy of your lab?
It is not a strict current policy, no.
Now, do you think that's a desirable policy?
Overruled.
This, as many things in this manual, are guidelines, and some flexibility is needed when dealing with evidence. I would hate to not perform an analysis on something just because we had not yet had the opportunity to give it a barcode.
Now, what we're talking about, so to keep everybody out of the dark, is trying to get evidence booked as quickly as possible. And by booked, I mean logged in into the computer system, into your secure unit at the lab, correct?
Well, it's not relevant, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Well, the references that we are reading from now deals with having unbooked unbooked evidence in the laboratory. It doesn't specifically mention anything about time frames or as soon as possible or anything like that.
Well, it talks about evidence being booked at the ECU, which is where it gets barcoding, correct?
Yes.
Let me refer you to page 20. Is it your current lab's policy that criminalists in the field should not perform tests on extremely small samples where the test in the field might consume the entire sample to prevent further testing?
That is what they're taught, yes.
And is that a good procedure in your view?
Yes.
Now, there was a field test performed on the spot on the Bronco by the door handle. You know which spot I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
At the Rockingham scene?
Yes,
And that spot was also collected, correct?
that's correct.
And it was collected after that presumptive test was performed on it, correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
And the presumptive test involved touching it with a swab, with a wetted swab, and adding a chemical to the swab to see if there's a reaction, correct?
Adding a couple of chemicals, yes.
Now, is it accurate that when that spot was then collected, there was insufficient amount of material to perform any further tests?
No foundation, personal knowledge.
Overruled. Do you know?
Not specifically, no.
Let's move on.
Now, performing such tests can also disturb items of evidence, correct?
You mean in field or laboratory?
In the field,
Performing a presumptive blood test on it?
yes.
Yes, it does. It removes a small portion of it.
Now, you're aware that a presumptive test was performed on the glove found at Rockingham, at the scene.
Yes,
And that was at the direction of Detective Van Adder, I believe. Are you aware of that?
I believe it was at the request of him, yes.
And in order to do a test like that, it requires at least a minimal amount of manipulation of the item to do the test, correct?
Well, you have to some extent, deal with the item, yes.
And when you manipulate items of evidence such as that, you take the chance of moving evidence around that might be on it or depositing evidence that wasn't on it before on it.
Well, anytime you manipulate something, obviously you are going to be affecting it in some way. Just the mere fact of touching it or moving it changes its location. Depending on how it's done, will minimize any sort of alteration that occurs to the evidence.
So would you agree that it's desirable to do as little manipulation as possible at the scene of evidentiary items such as a glove?
We always strive to keep the evidence in its original form as much as possible. You do, though, have to manipulate them. Just the mere the process of collecting something, picking it up off of the ground and placing it into a packaging type material deals with, potentially altering something, but you have to do that. You can't analyze it in place without manipulating it.
Now, please turn to page 116. Under training, that refers to criminalist ones participating in field investigations in a trainee capacity. What does that mean?
Still hearsay under 721, not no.
Sustained.
Was Andrea Mazzola's capacity on June 13th as a trainee working under Mr. Fung?
I'm still reading that.
Okay.
No, I've sustained the objection, so that's
Excuse
irrelevant.
me.
She was still a probationary employee at that time, was she not?
I don't believe so, no.
On June 13th?
I don't know her exact start date. Probation is only 6 months. I don't believe she was probationary at that time.
I believe she testified it was a year. Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm definitely sure. Probation is 6 months.
And when did she start?
I don't know her exact date. We can resolve that.
I believe she indicated she started on January 24th of 94. Does that sound about right?
That could be accurate. I said I want to confirm that to be sure, but
So as of June 13th, she'd still be a probationary employee, just barely.
just barely, that's correct. About 11 days away from passing probation.
And probationary employee, that's a civil service term, is it not?
I believe so, yes.
And a probationary employee can be let go or not pass probation for any reason.
Well, I don't know about for any reason. You'd have
I
to.
think we're calling for a legal conclusion here. Let's not get into employment law.
Does a probationary employee serve at the pleasure of her supervisor?
What do you mean by at the pleasure?
They can be let go for no reason. They have no civil service protection.
Counsel, we're not going to get into that. Proceed.
Looking at the bottom of that page, by the way, this is volume 7 we're referring to, the quality assurance and control portion of the manual, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's one page, correct? Are we missing some of it?
No, I don't have the original volume in front of me or notebook in front of me, but that's what is in this copy here.
In your experience with other labs, have you ever seen a quality assurance and control part of a manual that's only one page long?
Well, in this state's
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Have you ever seen manuals from other crime labs?
I have seen portions of other manuals. I don't believe I've reviewed the whole manuals or all the manuals that exist in other laboratories.
As one of your jobs as a supervisor, does that involve looking at other labs that do things to see whether they do them better, and so you can learn from them?
I have reviewed how other labs do things, yes.
And of the labs that you've reviewed, have you ever seen a quality assurance and control manual or portion of a manual that's one page long?
It's not relevant.
Sustained.
Now, the bottom of this one page talks about prior to approving and signing reports, a supervisor should inspect all case notes, photographs, etc. Is that a current policy of your lab?
Hearsay under 721.
Overruled.
Well, like I previously mentioned, we do have a procedure in place for reviewing notes prior to them being filed. I'm not sure what this refers to as far as signing reports. This was not prepared by myself, and I would reword some of this in a future version.
To take out having to sign it?
No.
This signing of reports is really not relevant to this person's testimony on direct examination, counsel.
Your crime scene checklist has no provision anywhere on the form for a supervisor's signature, does it?
Overruled.
No, it does not.
Now, please move to page 118. Now, this is the chapter or the volume regarding record keeping and reporting procedures, correct?
That's correct.
And it is 1 page long in a form, correct?
As it appears here, yes.
And is this the current policy of your lab, or is this the extent of the current policy of your lab?
Are we talking about everything that's on the page?
Yes.
I'll have to read it.
Ms. Olson? Noon? Mr. Blazier, what's the subject matter of this portion?
Record keeping and reporting procedures.
Not all of the items that are mentioned here are current policy within our laboratory.
Let me ask specifically about the portion describing all evidence collected as a result of field investigation or laboratory evidence removal services shall be accurately described on an LAPD property report. Is that current policy?
Yes, it is.
And by accurately described on a property report, does that include describing where an item came from?
That's correct. Part of the information is to be able to place it back in its original location.
Now, as the second page of this chapter is a witness critique form, correct?
Yes.
Is this a form that's currently in use?
Yes, it is.
And the purpose of the form is to provide the form, the criminalist is required to provide the form to a judge or prosecutor or defense attorney in a case where they've testified to get input as to how they did, right?
They are recommended to take them with them, yes.
Do they do that?
Many do, yes.
Are they required to?
It currently is in a position where we encourage them to do it. We would like them to do it on every case. However, there's not currently a process whereby if somebody didn't, they would receive some sort of disciplinary action.
Is there any follow-up by the lab with the court or counsel in a case to ensure that the form gets filled out?
No, there is not.
Is there any record kept of these forms for any particular criminalist?
If they are returned to us, yes.
Do you know whether forms were returned to you concerning any testimony in this case from Dennis Fung?
I would be very surprised if they were turned in on this case.
How about Andrea Mazzola?
No, not to my knowledge, we haven't received any.
You provided those forms to us?
Pardon me?
Have you provided any of those forms to us to fill out?
Sustained. It's irrelevant.
Let me ask you to turn to page 144. And this section concerns forensic photography, correct?
Yes, it does.
And it indicates that acceptable crime scene photography should tell a story by itself, absent of any written or oral narrative. Is that current policy?
That is what it says. I don't believe we have a policy to that effect, no.
Is that a good policy in your view?
Sustained.
The provision that says the original condition of the crime scene, the sequence of its search and recovery, processing of any evidence within should be exhaustively photographed. Is that a current policy?
Sustained. It's beyond the scope.
Policy indicates to take copious photographs. Is that a current policy?
Sustained.
Isn't it one of the jobs of the criminalist to guide the photographer in performing their job?
It's been asked and answered.
Do you have any responsibility for determining whether the photographer does their job properly or not?
Overruled. He's one of the managers.
Well, for one thing, we only have one photographer that works within the criminalistics laboratory. That we are not direct supervisors or managers of our photographic section.
Is there any written policy that applies to him in terms of how he should do his job?
Or her.
Or her?
Something that would exist within the photographic unit or section?
Yes.
I have not seen one, no.
How about anywhere in the crime lab?
I have not seen one that specifically delineates the proper job or procedures to be used by a photographer in the field.
Could you look at page 145 that talks about procedure to use in photographing bloodstains? Is that a current procedure in your lab?
Overruled.
Did you ask if this is policy?
Yes.
Because the manual is not completed, we do not have a policy on this. The general information that's there is appropriate and accurate, but we do not have a policy.
Now, one of the procedures that is described there involves taking pictures of bloodstains with scales going in both directions to give some scale to a photograph that's taken of a bloodstain, correct?
This is referencing bloodstain patterns, not just any bloodstain.
How about bloodstains? Is it your understanding that the proper procedure is to photograph bloodstains with a scale so that you can have some reference point to determine the size of a stain?
Overruled. The jury has already seen what we're talking about in this case. Proceed.
It's good practice to have a scale in the scene whenever you're photographing evidence.
And that was not...
This is about the third witness who's testified to this. There are several photographs that don't have the scale. It's a common sense argument. We all understand that it would be nice. Proceed.
Is that particular procedure that has been described the procedure that is supposed to be followed by your photographers?
We recommend that scales be placed in the scenes when evidence is photographed, yes.
When it is not followed, do you take any corrective action?
Sustained.
Please go to page 151. This section deals with crime scene investigation, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's a statement in there that says that statistics show that less than 2% of all available evidence is properly detected, collected, preserved, examined, and introduced in court, correct?
Sustained.
Do you agree with that statement?
Sustained.
That particular document talks about taking copious notes. Is that your current lab policy for criminals, to take copious notes?
Vague, copious, what's the documentation policy?
As far as crime scenes go,
Yes.
we wish them to record all the information that's necessary to reconstruct or place the evidence items back at the scene.
Do you have any set policy in terms of how extensive their notes should be?
At the current time, no.
Is there anything written anywhere that tells them how to fill out the forms they have?
I don't believe so, no.
And there's no consistency among people in your lab about how they fill out their forms, is there?
I would say there is some consistency between people. They're trained. They go out, they see how other criminalists operate, and we also want people to have some independence as to how they do their job.
There are people such as Dennis Fung who do not have consistency in their forms in terms of filling out the same blanks on the forms, correct?
It's argumentative.
Is it a good technique to fill out a form completely?
Overruled.
If it's an appropriate form and all the information on there is necessary, I would like it to be filled out, yes.
And it's up to the individual criminalist to decide what information that's asked for on the form happens to be important.
Overruled. We've all seen the forms.
They are, in the field, going to make decisions, yes. They're going to make individual decisions as to what should be filled out and what shouldn't.
And did you review the crime scene checklist from June 13th from Rockingham and Bundy to determine whether the forms were filled out completely?
I had not seen them prior to them being photocopied and distributed.
So they were not reviewed, were they reviewed by anybody to your knowledge?
They've been reviewed many times over the course of the last 9 months. They were not reviewed prior to their distribution.
Now my question was, were those forms filled out completely from your standpoint?
No, they were not.
Were they filled out satisfactorily from your standpoint?
Using the term satisfactorily to indicate that they have what I would consider the most important information, such as what evidence items were collected, how to relate them back to numbers and their locations, I would say as a rule that was done satisfactorily. There were parts that were missing.
Now, one of the issues that's come up in this case is the identification of who collected particular stains. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that the crime scene checklists, which presumably are the only notes that they prepare when they do their work, is that correct?
Well, they also can use other blank paper or whatever, but that is available to them, yes.
And that those forms were insufficient for Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola to go back and recreate who picked up what stain.
Sustained.
Did you participate in a session with Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola where they tried to reconstruct who did what?
No, I did not.
Are you aware that they had to have such a session?
Sustained. It's already been testified to, counsel.
Were you involved in the process at all, trying to assist them to reconstruct who collected what?
Sustained.
How were those forms inadequate?
Overruled. He's testified that some of the forms were not complete.
What stands out in my mind is the last page, which indicates the signature or a place for the person to sign it was not filled in, or the date and time leaving the scene.
Now, one of the sections on the form talks about whether the crime scene's been altered. You're aware of that.
Yes, I am.
And there's several lines available on that form to be filled out, correct?
Yes, there is.
It takes up a substantial portion of that particular form, does it not?
Well, it takes up an area about 1.5 inches on a 8.5 by 11 page, yes.
And what's the purpose of that part of the form?
I believe, as I testified in direct, that my understanding of the purpose of that is to record any gross information you have regarding potential, major changes that occurred to the scene prior to your arrival, such as a emergency unit that went in to attempt to resuscitate the victim. It's a place to record information that you acquire about alterations that occurred.
Does it say anywhere in this form or any other form that it's limited to changes that are just of a gross nature?
No, I was just testifying to my understanding of what that section means.
Well, what are your people taught about what it means? Or are they taught?
I don't believe that we've done a teaching session where we go line through the form. They learn out in the field with other criminalists in how to fill it out, and the people that I have taught in that is exactly what I mentioned just now. If you know of any gross alteration to the scene, to record that there.
Now, gross alterations would include moving bodies before the scene is processed?
I would say that is information that could be included in that.
Now, that information wasn't included in the Bundy crime scene checklist, was it?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Was that information included in the Bundy crime scene checklist in that section that talks about an altered scene?
No. No, it was not.
Mr. Madsen, what is the purpose of maintaining a chain of custody for an item of evidence?
My understanding of the purpose of a chain of custody is so that when an item comes into court, you can establish that it is the same item that was collected at the crime scene.
And that's important to establish that it hasn't been tampered with, correct? Among other things.
Among other things, it would allow you to say that it was under control, or you'd know who had control of it the whole time.
The better the chain of custody, the less the opportunity of tampering. Undetected tampering.
Sustained.
Is it proper procedure for a detective to take property home overnight? Evidence, excuse me.
Sustained.
Would you recommend that a detective take a reference tube of blood home and put it in his refrigerator overnight?
Sustained.
What is the procedure required by the Los Angeles Police Department for booking blood vials in terms of when that should be done?
I don't know the exact wording of what the current manual says, but it is to be booked as soon as possible for refrigerator storage.
Do you know of any provision that says you can keep it 24 hours?
No, I do not.
Is it important for a criminalist at a crime scene to try to reconstruct the state of the scene at the time of the crime?
Overruled.
Do you mean by reconstruct to try and determine in exactly what state it was at the time of the crime, or?
As close as possible.
My understanding is that it is important that the criminalist be aware of how it is upon their arrival and document that and collect the evidence that's there. Reconstruction can occur after the fact if all the information as to how it was at the time when they arrived and other information is supplied.
Is it your policy that a criminalist job does not include, let me rephrase that. Is it your position that criminalists don't have the responsibility for trying to establish whether a crime scene has been tampered with from the time of the crime until they get there?
Why don't you rephrase that?
Is it the criminalist's job to find out if evidence has been moved around by the police before they were called to the scene?
I think it's important for them to record it if they're aware of it. Depending particularly on the complexity of a scene, their primary goal is in the documentation and collection of the evidence. If they become aware of the fact that something has been moved, it should be recorded. I would not expect them, particularly in a highly complex scene, to go around and interview everybody to find out if each item was in the same place as it was when it started.
How about talking to the detectives in charge of the scene to see if anything's changed, anything's been taken away?
Oh, I don't think that would be unreasonable.
Is that part of their job?
Well, part of their job is to get an overall view of what happened with the scene from the detective. It would not be unreasonable for the criminalist to ask if they were aware of something having been altered.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about SID. We have that. Actually, before I do that, yesterday I showed you a couple of textbooks on crime scene investigations, did I not?
Yes, you did.
And one of those is Forensic Science, An Introduction to Criminalistics by Peter DeForest, R.E. Geneslin, and Henry Seeley.
Yes, it's Dr. Genslin.
Dr. Genslin? And you're familiar with this text, are you not?
I've seen it, yes.
And have you read portions of it?
Portions, yes.
And have there been times when you relied on its contents?
Well, I have referenced it, yes.
Do you consider it an authority on crime scene investigations?
Well, having not read it cover to cover, remember everything that it says, I can't say that everything in there is an ultimate reference, but I'm sure there are many instances where it's accurate and correct.
Now, are you also familiar with a book by Barry Fisher titled Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation?
Same thing, I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed it on occasion?
I have looked things up and referenced in it.
And do you consider it an authority on crime scene investigations?
Well, same as the other one, without having read it cover to cover, but I'm sure there's quite a bit of information in there that's accurate.
Let me ask you if you agree with the following. Nothing should ever be altered until... Yeah, page 38. DeForest. Page 38 at the bottom.
I thought that was not an adequate foundation.
It's sustained.
Well, let me show them the volume.
And council, we're going to take a break of a quarter till the hour. Just for your planning.
This portion down here. Oh, wait a minute.
Mr. Blazer, what's the general topic of this chapter?
Documentation of crime scene and evidence.
Okay.
Have you reviewed that section?
Yes, I have.
Do you agree with its contents?
In general, yes.
Do you agree with the statement that with respect to crime scene evidence,
Still no foundation for 721 is considered in the line.
Sustained.
have you considered this text and relied upon it in forming your own opinion as to what's a good technique and what's not a good technique in crime scene investigation?
Well, and the fact that I just read it just now, and I previously have some opinions regarding good and reliable techniques, I didn't rely on this to come to that opinion.
Do you agree with it, though?
With some,
Well,
I'm sorry.
do you agree that nothing should be
Hold on,
altered?
hold on, hold on. Counsel, an objection's been made.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not relevant, but still no foundation.
Sustained.
As a general rule, do you believe that at a crime scene, nothing should be altered until the position of items have been recorded in detail?
I agree with that if that's possible, yes.
And do you agree that every case should be thoroughly documented?
Documented as well as possible, yes.
Do you agree that thorough documentation is required for a successful reconstruction of a crime scene?
I think it's important, yes.
Do you believe that written notes are indispensable in any investigation?
Overruled. Overruled.
Written notes are definitely a part of a successful investigation.
Do you believe that notes should be made in ink?
I have been of a custom myself many times to do it in pencil. It makes, particularly doing sketches and things, easier to correct when you're in the field. From a scientific standpoint, it doesn't matter, or from a recording the information, it doesn't matter whether it's an ink or pencil. When we come to this point here, as far as worrying about whether or not something might have been altered or changed by somebody, then ink would be better.
And you understand that ASCLD requires, before a lab can be accredited, that they do everything in ink.
I'd have to review that section.
The answer, question and answer will stand.
Refresh his memory.
You want to ask the foundational questions?
Would it refresh your memory to look at the ASCLD manual for accreditation?
And I'd object that it's not relevant, and it's also vague as to refresh memory as to what.
Or
As far as the question you asked before regarding the ink
Yes.
situation,
Regarding whether accreditation, to be accredited by this organization, you're required to use ink and not pencil on notes.
oral.
that's, yeah, like I mentioned, I'd have to review it to be able to see if that's what they say.
Well, I object to the witness's last comment. He was just asked whether it refreshes his recollection.
Oral. Why don't you read it to yourself, Mr. Matheson, that section?
It does make reference here to,
All right, no, Mr. Matheson, does that refresh your recollection as to the accreditation requirements set forth by ASCLD?
in that section, yes.
All right.
Do you know of any noted authority or author in the field of crime scene investigations that takes the position that pencil is acceptable for crime scene notes?
No, I do not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess at this time for 15 minutes. Please remember all my admonitions to you. And Mr. Matheson, you may step down. We'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Blazier. And Mr. Matheson, you're reminded again you were still under oath, sir. Mr. Blazier, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Matheson, before the break, we were talking about the desirability of having criminalist notes in ink. You recall that?
Yes.
And it's also desirable, is it not, to have their notes in a bound volume rather than a loose leaf volume, correct?
Misstates the evidence as to it's also desirable in conjunction with the prior question.
Well,
Rephrase
is
the
it?
question.
Is it also considered desirable by most authorities in the field to have work notes, field notes, in a bound volume rather than loose leaf?
Say objection, reverse.
Sustain. Is it desirable, to your knowledge?
I know that that is one technique. I don't believe that's a universal technique.
Do you think it's a desirable technique?
I don't believe it's necessary, no.
Now, the reason for that technique is to avoid the possibility of pages being substituted without being detected, correct?
That is one reason to do it in a bound notebook, yes.
And if you keep loose leaf volumes, pages can be moved around, and you'll never know, or you may never know the difference unless you look at things like staple holes, correct?
Sustain.
Do you agree that it's a desirable practice for criminalists to have all of their pages numbered consecutively?
I'm not sure that's necessary.
You understand that that's recommended by a number of authors in the field.
I know I've read it in one author in the text that you just showed me.
And you don't require that in your lab, do you?
No, we do not.
Do you think it's desirable that when errors are made in reports, that they should be corrected by, not by erasure, but by lining out the error, initialing it, and writing the correction?
Overruled. Overruled. I was going to say, in relation to reports that are submitted, in that most of our reports are handwritten as opposed to computer-generated, if a change is made to a analysis report, I would expect it to be just lined through and initialed. When it comes to field notes, I don't necessarily agree with that.
You don't agree that as a safeguard, the same principle should be applied to field notes?
Sustain.
Are field notes just as important as reports, in your view?
They are important. They serve a different function.
And is it just as important that field notes not have the appearance of being tampered with as reports?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Is it just as important that the integrity of field notes be maintained as well as the integrity of reports?
Overruled.
If you mean by integrity that every little mark on them that's put out in the field be exactly the same as always, I'm not sure I agree with that. Field notes are just that. They're observations that are made in the field while you're doing it, or your sketches. Many times I have, in the process of making a sketch, erase things to realign walls or something along that line.
Do you feel that it is preferable that criminalists not throw away pages of their notes?
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you have a rule for your criminalists that they are not to destroy any of their original notes?
We don't currently have a written policy for that.
Is that the policy even though it's not written?
We advise people to retain originals, yes.
Well, is it just something that they can do or cannot do, or is it a policy that you want them not to throw away their notes?
Overruled.
Actually, that is my question. When it comes to policy, it is something that we advise them that we want them to retain all their original items. If we were to be made aware that it was thrown away, we'd advise them that that's not the proper thing to do.
Do you have the authority to set a policy for your lab?
Yes.
As a supervisor?
Well, not as a supervisor, as a manager working with the lab director and the captain, we set policy, yes.
You don't have to go through any other body to set policy for the people that work for you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that you're also familiar with the Barry Fisher text, correct?
I have seen it, yes.
And who is Barry Fisher?
He's currently the lab director of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Criminalistics Laboratory.
And he's published this book, correct?
My understanding, yes.
And it's not unusual for people who do casework in labs to also do research and publish articles, is it?
No, not at all.
It's not unusual for them to also publish books.
That's correct.
And the reason that you don't publish any of your work is because you choose not to.
That's correct. I have not published.
You have no interest in getting involved in research or putting your work into print for publication.
That's not my main interest, no.
Now, let me show you a portion of this. I'm referring to page 42. Fisher? Yeah.
Sorry.
42.
Let me ask you to review on page 43, starting here.
So far, there's no foundation here.
He's asking him to review it. I assume there'll be some foundational questions under 721. What's the topic of this paragraph, Mr. Blazier?
Essentially thoroughness of crime scene investigation. Have you reviewed that section before?
I don't specifically remember if I've read that before.
Do you agree with what you read?
Overruled.
In ideal conditions, yes. That is a goal to attain.
Now, do you agree that in ideal conditions, as a goal to attain,
Sustained. 721, Counsel.
I'm sorry?
Foundation's missing. It's hearsay at this point.
I'm asking him just a general question.
You're referring to the item, though, Counsel.
Have you relied on this portion of this text before?
No, I have not.
Do you agree that it's extremely important to be overly thorough at a crime scene rather than less thorough in terms of not collecting items that might later have some value?
Yes, I do.
It's very important that you not make judgments at a crime scene that limit what you might collect, correct?
Vague, overbroad.
Overruled.
That's correct.
The desire is to collect too much rather than too little, correct?
The desire is to collect just the right amount of things, but to err towards too much would be better than too little.
Would you agree that, particularly in a complex crime scene, you're not going to be able to figure out everything that might be relevant just by looking at one crime scene?
I'd say that's true.
And so as a general principle, are your criminalists trained to collect more rather than less? In other words, to collect things that maybe don't have any relevance as they just look at them, but just to be safe because they might become relevant in the future, collect it.
They are taught to err towards collecting too much, yes.
Is there any limitation on laboratory space such that they are limited in how much evidence they can collect at a crime scene?
Not in any individual crime scene, no.
So that shouldn't be a consideration that they use in deciding what to collect and what not to collect, should it?
Well, at some point, you're going to have to make a decision. Obviously, it would be nice to be able to collect, to use maybe as an absurd example, a home that was the scene of a crime. Theoretically, if you collected the whole house, then you have then preserved absolutely everything that's in it. That would be taking it to the extreme, and of course we don't have space for that. But I do not want a criminalist going out there and saying, well, I'm not going to pick up this seat cushion or remove this mattress because it's a large item to book.
Bloodstains don't take a whole lot of room to collect, do they?
No, they don't.
Now, presumably the police will keep a crime scene open for as long as your people need to process it, correct?
Yes.
So time limitations should not be a factor that hampers your criminalist's ability to collect evidence, correct?
Not time as it comes to our access to the scene. That's correct.
As a hypothetical, if you had a crime scene such as the Bundy scene where there are two victims and a possibly bleeding perpetrator in a very small area, would you agree that, given those facts, you would want to collect as much evidence as possible from the immediate area of the crime scene to try and sort out what happened?
Sustained.
Would, in a crime scene such as I've described, would it be your approach to that crime scene that since there's a lot of blood, let's not collect any of it because we're probably not going to be able to sort out whose it is?
Overruled.
Now, if I understood that right, you're saying not to collect any just because there's so much there?
Or to collect less because there's so much there?
Oh, I'd make some decision as to what I thought were the appropriate items to collect. I wouldn't just ignore it, no.
Wouldn't you make every effort to find out, if you could, the source of any particular bloodstain?
Overruled.
It's a process of looking at the whole scene. Obviously, if I see an area that appears to be a continuation of a blood pool or running or something like that from the victim, I would want to collect one sample of that, like I mentioned before, and I would not then collect bits and pieces from all parts of it. However, if I saw a stain that was separate from the immediate crime scene or something that appeared to be out of place, I would definitely want to collect that one.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about security at SID. All right, if we could use the LAPD scientific investigation slide to start.
Yes.
Mr. Matheson, you can see the slide on the monitor.
Yes, I can.
And that's a picture of a floor plan that appears in the lobby of your lab, correct?
Yes, it's a floor plan there as part of the fire alarm system.
And that's it's from that diagram that the prosecution's diagram that they brought in here was made, correct? Is that your understanding?
I don't know if it's specifically from that one, but it is similar to it, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Blazier, how do you want to mark these?
We are able to print this all out, and can we have a number for a complete exhibit?
I'm sorry? All right, let's
1127?
make this 1127A through whatever.
Okay.
All right, this series.
This
All right.
would be B then. I'm sorry. Yeah, this would be B. We have C. Now, in the area indicated on the diagram is the area of the evidence processing room. Actually, it's up in the upper right-hand corner of that black box, correct?
If you look at the diagram, the actual evidence processing, there's a heavy black box that
Yeah.
actually encompasses the evidence processing room, our stock room, and a couple of office areas. The actual evidence processing room is just the smaller square in the upper right-hand corner of that.
Now, there's an indication of a door on the right side of the evidence processing room, correct?
Yes,
And that's a door that, actually, it's almost like a garage door that rolls up.
that's correct. It's like an industrial roll-up metal door.
And that's the largest door in this building to the outside world, is it not?
I don't believe it is in the building. It's one of two large doors from our facility that goes outside of the facility.
Next slide. This is slide D. 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 Now, indicated on this diagram is the highlighted area, which is the evidence control unit, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go to slide E. I'm going to remove the background from that and talk about the evidence processing room first. Now, is it accurate to say when evidence is in this particular room, it hasn't been booked yet?
That's correct.
And there is a barcoding system for boxes that contain exhibits within LAPD, correct?
Well, there's a barcoding system for boxes and packages within our division, not within the whole department.
And when items of evidence are in the evidence processing room, they are not, initially, before they've been booked, they have not been entered into the computer system, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to talk about the evidence control unit. Now, once evidence is moved to the evidence control unit is when it is entered into the LAPD computer system for tracking. Is that correct?
When it's booked in, it is. That's correct.
And that's known as the SETS, S-E-T system?
The
That's one system?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's one system?
Yes, the SETS, what referred to as SETS system, is the Scientific Investigation Division's evidence tracking system.
And that's a special system that you have set up, or LAPD has set up, to track items that are being, or in the process of being examined or held by SID.
Well, it doesn't track items, it tracks packages of items. It could be a single item if there's only one in there, or if it's a large box that has 20 or 30 items in it, it will track the box.
Now, items that are in the evidence control unit, by the time they get there, they are also entered into a system called APIMS, correct? APIMS?
It's my understanding at some point that you get entered into that system.
And is also correct, is it not, that the evidence control unit has a higher level of security than the evidence processing room?
When you mean higher level of security, I'm assuming you mean a fewer number of people have access to it?
Yes.
That is a fact, yes.
And you're required to log in and out of that room individually, correct?
Or you use your access card, that's correct.
Now, when I say individually, it's accurate, is it not, that getting in and out of the evidence control unit is more limited than it is getting into the evidence processing room?
More limited in the number of people that can go in, yes.
Well, you also can't, you're not allowed in the evidence control unit to walk in with somebody who has a badge to get in without also putting your ID card in the computer system, correct?
People are supposed to card in and out, yes, individually.
Is it your understanding that as a practice they don't?
That's not my understanding, no. I would assume that it does happen sometimes.
So that
Overruled.
So the appropriate procedure is, if there were two people who were authorized to be in the evidence control unit, they both have to, in essence, log in and out of that room by putting their ID card up on the wall by the door.
They're supposed to show their card to the reader, yes.
Whereas in the evidence processing room, one person can get into the room with the card, and if there are 3 or 4 other people with that person, each one is not required to log in, correct?
That's correct.
Now, there is an additional level of security within the evidence control unit, is there not?
If you're referring to there's additionally locked areas, yes.
And if we can go to the next slide. And the next. Now, there is an area within the evidence control unit where certain cases are kept separately from other cases within the evidence control unit, correct?
Well, my knowledge of those particular lockers is that it's only been used in one particular case. Beyond that, I have no individual knowledge of it.
It was used in this particular case, correct?
Yes.
And the only people that have access to the evidence control unit are authorized police officials or people that are in there with their permission, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by police officials. The people that have access to it, the employees that work in that area, can get into it, and they can allow other people that are authorized by them to enter the area.
And the reason that cases, or this case, the evidence from this case, is kept in those lockers is to provide an additional level of security so that police officers or others who have access to the evidence control unit cannot get to it.
Assumes facts, not evidence. All evidence.
Overruled.
It provides just one little bit more, or one little, excuse me, greater level of security for the shelf storage items in this case that are placed in that locker.
And it's to keep it secure from police officers, correct?
It also is to keep it secure from anybody that doesn't have access to the key.
Now, the card that's used to get in and out of the lab, anybody who possesses that card can get into the lab, correct? Let me narrow that down a little bit. At night, let's say, is there a guard on duty at the lab?
No, there is not.
So if someone wanted to come into the lab at night and had the card, there is no method for any kind of identification of that person visually.
That's correct.
And there is no method for leaving a fingerprint or some other means of uniquely identifying a person other than just having this card, correct?
This is irrelevant.
If a person has access to that door at that time of day, the computer records the code number on that card, but it does nothing else beyond that as far as saying that, it doesn't know that that's the person that's carrying it. It
Correct.
records the card information.
Now, how many people have cards that provide access to the lab itself, the overall lab?
I believe currently we have probably between 75 and 90 people, I believe, that have cards.
And does that include, well, tell me who that includes, just in general categories.
Well, it includes criminalists, it includes our property officers, other support personnel that work within our laboratory, our student workers, our excuse me, our clerical staff, the administration, and our couriers.
Now, it includes the management personnel of the lab, correct?
That's
I
correct.
mean, you have one.
Yes,
Michelle Kessler has one.
yes.
And are there any other, the captain of the police department that's in charge of the lab has one, I assume?
That's correct. His office is inside of that facility.
Do any other higher police officials have cards that allow access to the lab in general?
At the current time, I don't believe so. At one point, we had one issued to a commander, but the person currently in that position chose not to take one.
Now, would it be accurate to say that of the three areas we've talked about, the lockers, which I've titled sensitive case lockers, the evidence control unit, and the evidence processing room, the evidence processing room is the least secure facility of those three?
If you mean by least secure that more people have access to it, then yes, that's accurate.
It's also the most accessible from the outside through that big door that opens up, correct?
Well, it's as accessible as our stockroom is, which also has one of those doors nearby.
Now, and the stockroom area is right next to the evidence processing room, correct?
Yes.
And there is a refrigerator in that stockroom, is there not?
Yes, there is a refrigerator freezer.
And that refrigerator is available for criminalists to store biological evidence that might be kept in the evidence processing room, correct?
It's available for them to use that, yes.
Let me go to the next slide, please.
And
Now-
which item is this
What do we have to-
alphabetically?
L.
Appears to be a photograph.
Mr. Matheson, this is a photograph of the evidence processing room, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And there are things in the back there that look a little like ovens, I guess. What are those?
Those are hoods, what are called hoods. It's a area where air is drawn out of and ducted to the outside.
And what's the purpose of those areas?
It's not really relevant.
Oh, well.
Those are available for criminals if they bring large bloody items or smelly items to hang in that area so that they can dry out and that the fumes and the hazards associated with that are taken to the outside rather than being allowed to circulate within the laboratory.
Now, clothing, or bloody clothing, is required to be dried thoroughly before it is packaged, correct?
Not relevant.
Yes.
And what can happen if it's not allowed to dry thoroughly and then it's packaged?
Well, if it's packaged while it's still damp, you have the possibility for degradation of the biological evidence.
Can also cause mold to grow, can it?
Well, sure, if you have dampness in there, that's one of the things that'll occur.
Now, the shirt that I believe you were asked some questions about, Mr. Goldman's shirt on direct, you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that was collected by the coroner's office, was it not originally?
To my understanding, yes.
And when was the first time approximately that you examined that shirt? The best of your recollection.
Probably sometime in July or August, not sure.
And is it accurate that the first time you opened up the package that contained that shirt, there was a very strong odor of mold?
There was definitely an offensive odor, yes, smelled.
And that's an indication that it was not packaged properly, isn't it?
It's an indication that it was damp. It was allowed to stay damp for a while.
That it was not packaged properly, correct?
That it was not stored properly then.
Okay. Next slide. Yeah, can we go back to the last one, please? The area at the end that we've been talking about are, I think you said they were hoods,
Yes.
and it's actually, I believe it's almost a walk-in area, isn't it? You can climb in there and...
Yeah, the sashes, the area actually goes all the way to the ground. The sashes allow you to lift them up and actually roll something into it if you like.
What type of a hood is that? There are different types of hoods, aren't there?
Not relevant.
I'm not sure what you mean by what type of hood.
Do you know what a laminar flow hood is?
Roughly, yes.
What's your understanding of what a laminar flow hood is?
Well, my understanding of a laminar flow is something that where you have air pulled across the surface and then removed. We have laminar flow in the lab,
In what room?
in most of the laboratories.
In the serology lab?
Yes.
And the doors on that hood close, do they not?
You can close it off, yes, by pulling the sashes down.
So you can put items that may be wet with blood in there, close the hood, turn on the ventilation system to allow them to dry, correctly? Correct?
Well, the hoods are there for hanging things up to dry, but you don't turn it on. They're constantly running.
But the reason they're running, and when you put items in there, is to facilitate the drying process.
To facilitate the drying process along with, like I mentioned, the removal of odors.
And isn't one of the purposes also to prevent, to have the doors closed, to prevent any contamination of items that might be outside that hood with particles of blood or other biological material that might be on that clothing?
This isn't relevant.
Was there anything put in the hood, to your knowledge, with regard to this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Let's proceed.
Now, Mr. Matheson, you indicated in your notes that on the, I believe on the morning of June 14th, there were two other cases being processed in the evidence processing room at the same time the Simpson case evidence was being processed, correct?
That's in my notes?
Yes.
I would want to refer to that.
Why don't you take a look?
Yes, that is a reference on what is L507 of a chronology that I made dated 6/14/94. I mentioned the two other cases with evidence present in evidence processing room.
And is it fair to assume that those two other cases had biological evidence as well?
I'm not sure that we can assume that, no.
Now, why did you make that notation?
just to try and be as complete as possible.
But you made the notation without writing down what kinds of cases that involved?
That's correct.
And so we have no way of reconstructing at this point in time what kind of other evidence from other cases, including potential biological materials, might have been in that room at the same time as the evidence from this case.
No, that's not necessarily true.
You know, you could determine that,
It's possible, yes.
but you did not consider it important enough to put in your notes at the time you made that notation.
No.
Go to the next slide, please. Now, this slide is
Is this M?
M. This is a picture of the evidence processing room from the other side, correct?
That's correct.
And that roll-up door there is the one we've been talking about that is the door that goes to the outside.
That's correct.
Now, you recall in August of last year, I believe it was the 26th or around that time, there was a visit to the lab by a number of defense experts and attorneys.
I'm not sure the exact date, but yes, it was a visit where we gave a tour of the facility.
And do you recall whether or not that roll-up door was open at the time that tour was done?
Not relevant.
No, I do not.
Can we go to the next slide, please? Now I'm going to blow up a little area back by Mr. Scheck's head, which is the cabinet where the evidence in this case, the swatch evidence, was dried, correct?
Yes.
All right, this is N. All right, Mr. Blaze, you need to tell us for the record which one we're referring to.
Okay, I'm trying to convert the numbers to letters, Judge. I'm having some trouble.
All right.
N. Could we have O? Now, this is a better picture of that cabinet, correct?
It's a picture of the doors open, yes.
Now, that cabinet does not have any lock on it at all, does it?
No, it does not.
And when it's used for drying biological stains, does it have those other items in it as well that are in this picture?
Yes.
And are there chemicals kept in that cabinet at the same time that biological evidence is in there drying?
Yes, there is.
What sorts of chemicals are in there?
They are the chemicals that we use for our field testing, the phenolphthalein test that's been talked about. If there's anything else, I'm not sure what it is. It was taken for booking right away. It was not booked right away.
And it was kept in the evidence processing room for how many days before it was moved to some other location?
No personal knowledge.
If you know.
I would want to refer to a property report or something to be sure.
Go ahead.
I don't have the property reports with me.
Do you know which date the first item of evidence in this case was actually booked in the evidence control unit?
It was either the June 15th or June 16th.
Well, no personal knowledge. Motion to strike.
Do your notes show, your cron notes show when that happened?
I have a notation in my chronology for June 16th, 1994 of approximately 1,200 Fung books evidence.
Now, is it your understanding of the proper procedure for booking items that a delay of 3 days is acceptable or not acceptable?
It is longer than I would like to see it happen.
And one of the reasons it's longer than what you would like is because it's in that evidence control or evidence processing room, which of the facilities we've talked about is the least secure.
No, that is not one of the reasons.
That's not any concern of yours at all?
No, it isn't. Not as far as security of the evidence goes.
So there are no additional precautions other than what you've described in terms of the way you get in and out of there in that room designed to protect evidence in that room from tampering?
No, our business is evidence. There's always evidence in that room.
And that evidence, when it's in that room before it's been booked, is not logged in any computer record anywhere, is it?
No, it is not.
Is it logged in anywhere in any formal document?
As it's in there, no. It's in there pending that logging process occurring, the production of a property report.
So there is no repository of information that you could go to, for instance, on the 15th to find out what evidence relating to this case was in that room?
Not specifically for the 15th. We would have to look at what was purported to be taken in there on the first day and then what was booked at the time it was booked.
Now, is it accurate that the evidence from the Rockingham scene, the Bundy scene from the 13th, and the Bronco search from the 14th was all kept together in that room until the 16th?
They were all kept in that room, yes.
Now, when something gets entered into the computer in the SETS system, that's a tracking program, as you described before, correct?
Yes.
And even with that program, individual items are not individually marked, are they?
Not within that, not as far as the barcode goes, no. It tracks packages.
So the only thing, as far as the barcode is concerned, that is tracked is a container which purportedly contains certain pieces of evidence.
It has.
Of this witness?
Well, we went through the slide.
Is there any computerized system that tracks individual items of evidence?
I believe the APIM system does, but I don't have any direct involvement with that.
Now, you described how to find items that are in the evidence control unit after they've been booked. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And those items that are in that room are stored, it appears that they're stored at random, correct?
Usually they are, yes.
But all you need to know is the DR number and the item number to find something, correct?
You have to have the DR number, the item number, and you need to know how to access the computer, yes.
And that information certainly is available to all police officers that have worked on the case, correct? That's not secret information.
As far as the
Overall.
As far as the DR number and the item number, that's correct. I would be very surprised if any of the officers associated with this case know how to operate our tracking computer.
Now, were you listening to Dennis Fung's testimony when he was asked about why there was such a delay for booking these items from the 13th to the 16th?
Argumentative as to such a delay.
Sustain.
Why there was a 3-day delay that you have said is undesirable between those items being in the evidence processing room?
Rephrase the question.
Yeah.
Did you hear
Did-
Mr. Funk's testimony about the period of time between the time the evidence was taken into custody and then finally booked? Are you aware of his testimony regarding those items?
I'm aware that he gave testimony on that. I don't know the specific wording of it.
Proceed.
Is it accurate that the reason those items were not booked until the 16th is because he hadn't done his reports?
Well, also speculation of personal knowledge.
Do you know? Do you know why the time period?
I have my opinion as to why it took that long.
You were in charge of these items, weren't you?
Not directly in charge of the items, no.
You were in charge of the people that were working on the items, weren't you?
Yes.
And as part of that responsibility, did you assume that that included tracking that evidence to make sure it was handled properly?
vague as to tracking?
Or
Well, ultimately, yes, I'm going to keep track of how the things are done and whether the processes are occurring.
Did you at any time intervene between the 13th and the 16th and tell whoever was working on the evidence, hey guys, we should get this booked and into the system right away?
Not that I remember. I'm not sure I was able to see Dennis that much. He was fairly busy.
Now, at the Bundy scene on the 13th, there were only approximately 19 items seized, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
It wasn't a large number, was it?
No, it wasn't extremely large.
And at the Rockingham scene, there were an equally, about the same number, I think it was 21, collected on the 13th, correct?
That sounds approximately accurate.
It was not a large number of items.
Not overly large, no.
Now, does it take a long period of time for the person responsible to prepare the reports that describe those items? Well, let me rephrase that. The form that's used to enter those items into property is not a terribly complicated form, is it?
Are we talking about a property report form?
Yeah.
The form itself is not complicated, no.
And would you agree that it's not terribly time-consuming to fill out one of those reports to catalog 19 items?
I'm not sure what you mean by terribly time-consuming. It does take a while. Just writing the words on the paper doesn't take very long, but that's not the only part of the process.
In your opinion, is not having enough time to write the reports an adequate excuse for not getting those items booked until the 16th?
sustain. Rephrase the question.
In your opinion, is it acceptable as the manager of the lab that items not get to booking for the reason that the criminalist has not filled out the reports?
Speculation, conjecture.
Overruled.
Well, just the function of not filling out the report in and of itself would not be acceptable. I'd want to know why the report was not filled out.
You are aware, are you not, that Dennis Fung and Andrea Mazzola at no time counted the number of swatches that they collected for each individual blood drop?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so that there is no way of telling how many swatches they picked up from the ground and took back to the evidence processing room.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Is there any way to tell how many swatches were picked up on the 13th from the Bundy scene or the Rockingham scene and taken back to the lab?
No, there is not.
In your opinion, is that an acceptable procedure for collecting swatches, to not track how many you collect?
Yes.
That's acceptable?
Yes.
Is that your practice?
To not count the number?
Yes.
Didn't used to be.
It didn't used to be?
No, I never used to count the number of swatches. I obviously became an issue in this case, and in the future, in an interest just to be able to answer that, I have tended to record them, but no, I don't think it's vital information.
That's the only purpose you think is served by counting the number of swatches that are taken, is just in case a defense attorney asks you a question?
To me, as far as when you're collecting them, the number of swatches you use to pick up a particular stain is not of particular importance. It's described when the criminalist receives the item for analysis, say a serology or something like that, and that has to do with how much evidence is available for testing at that point. But as far as just collecting it and recording, I don't think that's a terribly important piece of information.
Then would you agree that because that information is not kept, that swatches could disappear or be taken, and there would be no way of checking that?
Argument that calls for
Sustain.
Now, you booked into evidence items from the Bronco as a result of the stains that you removed on September 1st that you testified about, correct?
That's correct.
And you booked in approximately 7 or 8 different items?
I'd have to look at my report. It was not a large number.
Let me show you. Let me show you a property report for a number of items. Take a look at that yourself.
Okay.
And that's a property report, or perhaps just a partial report, listing the items that you collected on September 1st, correct?
Yes, it is.
And for every single item on that list, you specified the number of swatches that you collected, correct?
That's correct.
Had that become an issue in this case as of September 1st when you did this?
I believe it had.
And it's only in response to it being raised as an issue in this case that you now have a practice of counting swatches.
That's correct.
Have you passed that on to the people that work for you? Is that now a policy of SID for people to count swatches?
There are actually 2 questions there. No, it is not a policy, and yes, we have suggested that's something people do.
So it's just kind of, you can do it if you want to.
At this point, the fact that we do not have a manual that establishes our field policies, where all this is laid out, we are recommending certain procedures to people.
But you have the ability to set a policy, don't you? You said that before.
I think we've covered this, Counsel.
The actual property report itself has a column that asks for quantity of an item, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And this is an official report required by the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
Yes, it's a generic property report.
And is your understanding that the police department requires that you fill in the quantity of items that are collected?
I think we've covered this, Counsel.
Well, I don't think there's been testimony about the police department.
The form is there. It has the number of items. It wasn't filled out on many of these things. That's been established. Let's proceed.
Now, you've been asked about the search of the Bronco on August 26, 1994, correct?
Yes, I have, I believe.
And I believe Exhibit 200 is the checklist. Is that correct, Ms. Robertson? I have a copy of it.
Mr. Blaze, the vehicle search notes?
Yes. I would like to place on the Elmo the last page of this.
Certainly. Did we confirm the exhibit number?
Yes. Does this appear to be the item list for evidence items collected as a result of that search?
Yes, it does.
Would you agree that virtually every blank on that form has been filled in?
Yes, that's correct.
And the time collected for each individual item has been filled in to the minute, has it not?
Appears to be, yes.
And the identification of the person collecting the item is filled in for every item, isn't it?
Yes.
In your view, is this the proper way that these forms should be filled out?
Seems taxed on evidence, there's only one problem.
Overrule.
I don't feel it's necessary for all of the evidence items to have their time down to the minute. Like I testified before, I tend to bracket items from when the original one was picked up until the last one.
I think you testified on direct as to this particular form that some of your people don't even understand what I believe it was the ID photo column means. You remember that? Did I misrecollecting that? There was one column on here that you indicated your people don't even know what it means. There's disagreement.
Misstates the testimony.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
You remember testifying yesterday about part of this form that has been inconsistently interpreted as to what it means by your own people?
Well, first out, I'm not sure it was part of this form. If you'll notice, this one is slightly different than the one, because we have a couple of different forms when it comes to evidence collection. I'd want to check that one and make sure exactly which one it is. But there was a column that we talked about regarding a inconsistency as to how that was interpreted.
Now, on this particular search, Michelle Kessler and a criminalist by the name of Morakovo, I believe, you have to correct my pronunciation on that, Masterkovo?
Masterkova, yes.
Masterkovo, worked on this particular search, correct?
I believe there was also Mr. Raquel was involved in that.
And they have indicated individually, now they were working as a team, were they not?
Yes, they were.
And on that form, they indicated which particular person collected which particular item, correct?
Yes, they did.
Now, did I understand your direct testimony to be that if you have two people working as a team, it's less important for them to identify who actually picks up an item from the ground?
I think I'd want to see exactly what I said on that.
Well, let me ask you that. If you have two people working as a team, do you think it's less important than if you had just one person processing a scene for them to keep track of who actually picks the item up off the ground?
Well, obviously, if only one person is involved in it from beginning to end, then all the notations would be the same. I wouldn't expect you to have to fill in each one. As far as both people, it's information that would be nice to know. Whether it's vital or not, I don't believe so.
But it becomes more important where you have two people working as a team, obviously, than if you had one person working alone, correct?
That's more important because with one person, it's obvious who did it.
Do you know of any police agency that has as a procedure, let me rephrase that. Do you know of any police agency that allows or that does not require people who physically collect an item to identify it and initial it with their initials?
Overrule.
No, I do not.
That's a standard police procedure, is it not, that the person who picks it up is the person who initials it? That establishes the chain of custody, correct?
Initials it is vague.
Overrule.
Part of the procedures in criminalistics is to initial or identify an item that's collected.
It is not satisfactory to have somebody else who might have been thinking about collecting the item initial it rather than the person who collects it, is it?
It would be nice if the person that was involved in it did initial that item and did mark and be involved in it, but it is also a situation where, and we're talking about the collection process, where if two people are involved and two people see what's going on, that information becomes less important.
So it's your opinion that it's just nice to have that information, not essential that you have it?
If two people are working together on it and they're collecting them together, I don't believe it's essential, but it would be nice to have that information there, yes.
Now, if some question was raised down the line about possibly tampering with a particular item, wouldn't you want to know who picked it up off the ground?
Sustained.
Isn't that an important piece of information for chain of custody?
Oh,
As to who collected it?
Yes.
It's part of the process.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. Mr. Matheson, 1 o'clock. Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
May I ask one quick question before we bring the jurors in?
Yes.
I'm a little unclear on our blood vial chart as to your ruling as to when I can bring it out. It's my understanding that I have to establish an amount before I can start taking blood off of it, or do I have to establish every amount that was withdrawn
No,
from
you
it?
can ask. There was a challenge as to the accuracy of the items that were there. You can ask Mr. Matheson what he knows about what he took and start establishing a foundation for it.
I mean, with the chart there, though?
No. No. All right, let's have the jurors.
The amounts that were written on that come off. I wasn't intending to leave those on.
It's the first moment that sticks in my mind, yes.
Didn't you have a meeting on the 14th where you discussed the evidence that had been obtained on the 13th with Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola and others at the lab?
We discussed some of the items, yes.
And no one discussed the socks?
Not to my knowledge. At that point, I believe our focus was mainly on the items picked up at the Bundy scene and the glove from Rockingham.
Now, you had, before the 29th, you had a number of meetings, did you not, with Ms. Clark and other people at the lab about the items that were collected on the 13th, did you not?
I've had many meetings with the DA's Offices Association of this case. I
Before the
specifically
29th?
I did meet with them at times, and I'm sure we talked about evidence, but I don't specifically remember discussions regarding the socks.
You want to refer to your Cron notes in terms of, let me ask you this. You had a meeting with Detective Van Adder on the 15th to discuss what evidence should be examined and tested, did you not?
Can I refer to my notes? We did have a discussion regarding what additional items we wanted to start analyzing.
And that was in the morning of the 15th, correct?
Yes, sometime in the a.m.
And it's your recollection that the socks were never mentioned?
Overruled.
I don't specifically remember whether they were mentioned. They were not one of the items chosen to continue to work on.
Did you at any time on your own make an effort to review what items had actually been collected at Rockingham on the 13th?
From beginning to end, all the items? No, I don't believe so.
And you didn't have Fung's notes available to you, correct?
On the 13th, I don't believe they were even back at the laboratory by the time I left.
On the 14th?
We did look at a number of items, mainly at blood swatches and that type of thing in the gloves.
Where were the socks when you were looking at items? Do you have any idea?
I'd have to assume they were somewhere in the evidence processing room.
And you're assuming that because there's no record that shows where they were, correct?
Sustained.
Is there a record that shows where they were?
As mentioned earlier, no, other than what they say they took into the room and what was eventually booked.
Now, there were approximately 19 items, or excuse me, 21 items seized at Rockingham on the 13th. Who made the decision as to which items you guys would talk about on the 14th?
Irrelevant, beyond the scope of direct, and also unintelligible.
Oh. On that date, I mean, it's very possible that the socks came up. It is not sticking in my mind because we didn't choose to do anything with it at the time. We were dealing with things that we knew at that point had blood on them, such as the stains in the gloves.
Did you know at that time that the search warrant that had been executed at Rockingham in the afternoon of the 13th, that the primary thing that was being searched for was bloody clothing?
Assumes facts not in evidence,
Oh,
no
did-
personal knowledge.
Did you know that?
I've subsequently heard that. I didn't know that at the time.
Now, you had a meeting with Marcia Clark on the afternoon of the 15th, correct?
Referring again to my chronology of notes. My notes reflect work in progress. DDA Marcia Clark confirms desire to submit evidence to RFLP without further conventional work. Oh, that's correct. That was in Commander White's office. Yes, she was present.
Who else was present?
There was a large number of people in that room.
And the purpose for that meeting was to discuss what evidence was collected and what you should do with it, correct?
No, I don't believe we got into a lot of technical discussion at that point. I believe this involved some of the detectives and other people. I think we talked about the crime scene in general.
Were there other meetings between the 15th and the 20th, the day of the grand jury hearing, about the evidence that had been seized in this case?
I refer again, look through my notes, my chronology, and see if it reminds me of anything. I don't have any notations of any additional meetings that were held regarding specific discussions of the evidence.
Do you recall there being a lot of meetings around that time about this case?
I recall talking on the phone quite a bit with people about the case and meeting with criminalists and the like.
Now, on June 20th, you were at the grand jury waiting to testify from 7:45 in the morning till 10:15 in the morning, correct?
Not relevant.
Oh.
Yes, I was.
And you were there with Dennis Fung and Detective Van Adder, waiting, correct?
Along with Mr. Yamauchi and Detective Lang, yes.
The witness looked at his notes before.
Yes.
Did you have any discussion about what the evidence was in the case?
I don't particularly remember what we talked about.
Did the subject of the socks come up then?
I don't know.
By the way, Andrea Mazzola was not at the grand jury hearing, was she?
Sustained.
Did you participate in any discussions regarding the role that Andrea Mazzola would play in the grand jury hearing?
Sustained.
On the 21st at 11:15, you had a meeting with Michelle Kessler and Dennis Fung and Colin Yamauchi to discuss the evidence, did you not?
According to my chronology, yes, that's correct.
Did you discuss the socks at all?
Just by
Not relevant.
Oh.
just by looking at this, I don't remember.
Now, when the property they started to book the property on the 16th. Did you follow that in any way to determine what items were being booked?
I don't believe they started to book it on the 16th. That was the date when the items and the reports, or the property report, was delivered to our evidence control unit.
That's the first date on the various computer systems used to track items, correct, and track packages
Yes,
for any item.
I believe so. I know that's true of the items that came out of the laboratory.
Are you aware of the socks even being photographed at SID after they were collected, before they were booked?
No, I'm not.
Now, was it June 29th was the first time that you looked at the socks?
It's the first time I remember seeing them, yes.
Now, you testified that blood is difficult to see on darker clothing such as the socks, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that at the time that you examined them, correct?
I know that in general it's tougher to see on black surfaces, that's correct.
And so when you examined those socks to see if there might be some evidence on them, did you look at them more carefully than if they had been white?
Well, that wasn't the process that was going on there. I was not doing a scientific examination of those items at that point. We were trying to do an inventory of the swatches, the items that were there, and I made a general notation on that log or inventory as to what we'd be doing in the future with it.
Where was that done?
That was done in Ms. Kessler's office.
You have a high-intensity light available to you to look at the socks there?
No,
How far away is one?
let's see, we would have one in the laboratory, so it's, I don't know, probably 50, 75 feet away.
Why'd you write down blood search on the notes of that meeting that day?
Because that was an indication of something we were planning on doing to those items in the future.
What'd you write down none obvious for?
It was an indication to me that we opened them up to take a look at them for the inventory, and there was no blood obvious on it.
So you did examine them at least.
Well, I looked at them, yes.
Did you take any pictures that day?
No.
Now, you testified that you took some cuttings from the socks on September 18th, correct?
You're referring again to my notes.
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, going back to the 29th, when you filled out these notes about blood search none obvious, who else was present when that meeting took place?
The inventory that we did at that time was myself, Ms. Kessler, and Colin Yamauchi.
Was there any discussion at that meeting about the potential significance of these socks?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, why did you did indicate that somebody should do a blood search? Is that what that indication means?
At some point, that was our intent, yes.
How had those socks been stored up until the 29th?
I would have to see if I can find some notes. I believe they were stored in the box in the freezer, but I'm not sure of that.
Do you have a record you can refer to?
Trying to figure out where it would be. Okay. With the information I have with me now, it's indicated that it was part of a very large box which also contained the swatches and a number of items that were all stored frozen.
Now, are you aware that that evidence, that box of evidence, was examined by Susan Brockbank, who is a criminalist in your office, on the 21st of June?
I'm aware that she checked it out, yes.
And did she ever come to you and say, these socks are real important, we better look at them quickly? Anything like that?
Hearsay argument.
Oh, well. She did not say that, no, not to my knowledge.
When is the first time, to your knowledge, that anyone at SID took a picture of those socks after they were seized?
Okay, everybody, we have reached a stopping point for the night, and thank you all for coming and hanging out with us. We'll see you on the next one, and peace.